dudes like that, they make these statements and they say, well, we don't fuck with Deontay Wilder because he makes these excuses. You know what I'm saying? Deontay Wilder makes these excuses. He makes all these excuses, and that's why I don't like him. Okay, well, you don't like these. You don't like excuses. You don't fuck with excuses, but you're okay with Lomachenko making excuses when he lost. You're okay with Manny Pacquiao making his excuses when he lost. When he lost to Floyd Mayweather, he said he had a shoulder issue. Manny Pacquiao said he had a shoulder problem, even though he raised up his arm at the end of the fight. And then come the next fight, he said that salt water actually healed his shoulder and giving him the ability to fight again. So you criticize Deontay Wilder for making excuses, but you support other fighters who have made excuses, and in a lot of cases, worse excuses than a Deontay Wilder. That you could, any claim that you could have for Deontay Wilder at the end of the day. Terry Smooth says the hate for Deontay Wilder because he's unapologetically black, strong champion boxer who speaks out about his people. Remember how he lost? They called him the black. They called him the Black Hope. Absolutely, man, and that's really what it comes down to. But you know, dudes like to mask they hate. You know, dudes like to find excuses for why they hate fighters. If you go to a lot of these people and you ask them, you say, well, why? Well, so what's your problem with Wilder? Well, I don't like the fact that he makes excuses. Okay, well, how do you feel about Manny Pacquiao? Oh, I love Pacquiao. I love Lomachenko. Yeah, those are my favorite fighters. I love those guys. But hold on. But both Pacquiao and Lomachenko made shitty excuses after they lost. So why the sudden change in energy for Deontay Wilder now that he lost and he's coming up with quote unquote what you deem to be an excuse, even though it's not an excuse? But we're gonna play with that narrative. We're gonna play with that shit for a little while. You know what I'm saying? Let's say it is an excuse, and that's why you don't like Wilder. Well, how do you support Vasyl Lomachenko after he made some excuses? And how do you support Manny Pacquiao after he made excuses for why he lost? Isn't an excuse an excuse? You don't like Wilder because he makes excuses, but you like Lomachenko and you like Pacquiao. Something's not consistent here, and this is what needs to be addressed. These people who say they don't like Wilder for this reason and for that reason need to be called out for what the real reason that they hate Deontay Wilder actually is. You ask these people, why don't you like Deontay Wilder? Well, I don't like Wilder because he can't box. He's a terrible boxer. He's a sorry boxer. He can't box. He don't have no skills. Okay. You don't like Deontay Wilder because he can't box and all he can do is throw punches. But you support dudes like, other dudes who can't box and who just throw punches. You support dudes like who's a good example? Well, I can think of a good example of a dude who just can't really box and just throws punches. I wouldn't call Manny Pacquiao a great boxer. He's a guy that's known for having devastating punching power. He has boxing skills, but as far as his technical ability in the ring, he's really known for being more of a puncher than he is for being a skilled tactician. But you support Manny Pacquiao, but you don't support Deontay Wilder. And then on the flip side, you don't like Floyd Mayweather because you say Floyd Mayweather's born. You say Devin Haney's born. You say Shakira Stevenson is born because all they do is box. All they do is box. But you just said that you want somebody who boxes with Deontay Wilder, but then when you get somebody who boxes with Shakira Stevenson and Devin Haney, you don't like that they box because they're born. So which one is it? You say you love Triple G, but Triple G don't really have no power. I mean, Triple G don't really have super good technical boxing skills. Triple G's not a known person to box circles around the ring. He ain't really got no good skills. Even Canelo ain't no superbly great boxer. Canelo ain't no tactician in the ring. He's not no superbly great boxer. But you like Canelo Alvarez. You like his knockouts, but you don't like Deontay Wilder, even though this dude has an almost 100% knockout ratio. So what is we talking about here? Terry Smooth Jr. says, I see a lot of clout chasing coming from Colbert, Charlo, and Ryan Garcia and others. Clout chasing, a name, big up your own name because you don't have to sell. Absolutely. Dudes out here clout chasing. Dudes out here clout chasing and dudes out here selling out. That's really what the hell this shit come down to. Because what you're saying, what you're trying to do is you're trying to appease another group of people. And what you're doing is you're masquerading your opinion. You're masquerading you looking to please other people as genuine criticism for somebody. But if you have that criticism for one fighter, then you need to have that same criticism for everybody all the way across the board. If you mad at Deontay Wilder for making excuses, then Manny Pacquiao, you don't need to fuck with Manny Pacquiao. You don't need to fuck with Lomachenko. You don't need to fuck with nobody who make excuses after they lose fights. Because clearly excuses are a deal breaker for you as a fight fan. Clearly, excuses are a deal breaker. So if excuses are a deal breaker, then don't fuck with nobody who make excuses. Why just Deontay Wilder? And this is why I say what I say when it comes to dudes really just looking to appease another group of people and then masquerade it as criticism. It ain't no criticism. It's you kissing ass. It's you licking ass. Chris Colbert, when you say that shit, you're not saying that shit because you genuinely believe it. Because if you genuinely believed it, then you would have said the shit about Manny Pacquiao, and you would say the shit about Lomachenko, and you would say the shit about anybody else who made excuses after they lost the fight. Period. Terry Smooth Jr. says Colbert says that he's a messiah, but says his people are black people. He says he's a messiah, Mexican. He says is that what he's saying? That he's Mexican? I don't know if I've heard him say that he's Mexican, but I mean, damn sure everything that he's saying ain't no good. Look, Terry Smooth Jr. says they hate Deontay Wilder because he is black. Period. He can't box, but has a bronze medal in boxing. Absolutely. The dude got a bronze medal, but he can't box. That's why you don't like Wilder, because he can't box, but he went all the way to the Olympics. Got a bronze medal, but he can't box. 10 title defenses, a future Hall of Famer. But how do Americans hate on their own, man? I don't get it. You got American fight fans rooting for Tyson Fury, rooting for Anthony Joshua over Deontay Wilder. Why is that? Why is that? And when you ask an American fight fan why they rooting for Tyson Fury or why they rooting for Anthony Joshua over Deontay Wilder, they don't really have no real answer for it. At least none that they're gonna tell you. Terry Smooth Jr. says Colbert has said that he identifies as Mexican. Wow, I didn't even hear that before. So this dude identifies as, so this dude's opinion shouldn't be taken seriously at all. At all. So you're a Mexican, huh, Chris Colbert? If only the Mirror agreed with him.
What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good, fam? What's good, fight fam? How y'all doing, man? What I do? What I do, y'all? It's your boy King David in the motherfucking building. What's good with y'all? What's good with y'all? I see we got some people in the building. What they do? Shout out to y'all. I see a Modest in the building. Say, what's good, big dog? What's good, Modest? What's going on with you? My Modest also say, all excuses ain't made equal. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. But we got to keep things in perspective though. Modest, you know what I mean? Dudes want to say I don't like excuses, but then ride with Pacquiao or ride with other dudes that make excuses after they lose. Um, we can't pick and choose which excuses we like and which excuses we don't like. An excuse is an excuse. But I hear what you're saying. I appreciate the perspective as always, my guy. As always, my guy. Yes, sir. But yeah, man, we here to talk some boxing tonight, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Shout out to y'all. I see we got some people up in here. Shout out to everybody who watching the playback. Shout out to everybody who up in here. Shout out to all y'all. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that like. Make sure you subscribe. Goddamn. And everybody should be hitting that goddamn like button. You know what I mean? You want your boy to continue to do these goddamn lives. Make sure you're hitting the like button. You know what I mean? So I can come back out here and do what I do. You know? You know what I'm saying? But we're going to talk some boxing tonight, man. It's been about a week since I've been up on here. You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk about this Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury. Some of the aftermath and some of the final thoughts I done had on the fight. It's been about a week, so we didn't had a chance to kind of settle and, reflect on everything with the fight and, and really look at it. Look at it and then look at it again, and then look at it again, because it's been about a week or so since the fight actually happened. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. And then later on, we're going to talk about some of the fights we got to look forward to. We got a fight coming up this week, Shakur Stevenson versus Jamel Herring. So we're going to have to break that fight down. You know what I'm saying? I got to get some predictions on that fight. Everybody who up in the building, we're going to have to figure that out. You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk about my guy, Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade. He going to be fighting. A lot of people ain't talking about the fact that he has a fight scheduled in a month or so. So that's going down. Your boy got to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't a big name opponent, but we're going to talk about this shit. You know what I'm saying? And we got to talk about Tank. Tank is going to be fighting Rolly Ramirez. So you're going to get your boy's thoughts on that. And then in addition to that, we got Canelo versus Caleb Plant that's going to be happening. Now, I don't got too much to say about that fight in particular, but we're going to discuss that. I mean, if y'all want to talk about that, we'll talk about that. You know what I'm saying? And one other one that I'm forgetting, I feel like I'm forgetting right now. One I feel like I'm forgetting. We done talked about Sean Porter and Terrence Crawford, so we ain't gonna go into that too much unless somebody want to bring this shit up. But yeah, I mean that pretty much Tank, Shakur, Devin Haney. We got to talk about Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez because there's a lot of little bullshit going on with that as well. But without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into what we're gonna talk about today. That's Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury. We're gonna talk about the trilogy, man. And we're going to really chop it up about it. I see my guy G Parker's up in the building. What's going on with you, fam? Bam, I see you. He say, what's up, fam? Got a double Dutch real quick, but I saw what I wanted to see with Wilder reverted once he got hit in the face. But hell of a fight. Yes, sir, man. Yes, sir. And I said that, in my post-fight reaction video, it was a game plan and he didn't follow the game plan. That's ultimately what it came down to, But we all seen that the game plan was effective for however long he was able to stick to the game plan. So we're going to have to mention that a little bit in this fight because it's a lot of little, slick talking and things going on online. And I get it, man. I get it. If you call the fight, if you said Fury was going to win, you deserve your respect. You know what I'm saying? You had it right. Those of us that picked Wilder had it wrong. You know what I'm saying? We got to hold that L. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But one thing about y'all Fury fans, man, is y'all didn't have it all the way right. And we're going to talk about that. Y'all didn't have it all the way right. And we're going to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna talk about that. But let's dig on into it, man. Let's dig on into it, man. So first and foremost, man, let's talk about the fact that this was a legendary fight, man. This was a legendary fight between two heavyweights that will probably be, not probably, but will be remembered as history continues. Both Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury are historic in their own right. Deontay Wilder had 10 title defenses. He's withstood the test of time, and defended his belt 10 times. You know what I mean? So, just based on that as an accomplishment, he's just somebody who we got to look for in history. He fought dudes like Luis King Kong Ortiz twice. Somebody who nobody said that he had to fight. He fought that dude not once but twice. He fought Berman Stavern when he beat Berman Stavern for the belt. He beat him for the belt, and then he rematched Stavern. Okay, Ben beat him again. Beat him the first time, and then in a tough competitive fight, but then knocked him out. You know what I'm saying? Real nasty style the second fight. And that's one thing we're gonna talk about too tonight, because you see, like, for the most part, when you beat somebody, right? Usually you beat them worse in the second fight. You know what I'm saying? Because usually you got the number. If you had the number in the first fight, usually you got the number in the second fight. It's usually not you beat somebody in the first fight up real bad, and then the second fight is real competitive. That's usually not how it go. Usually when somebody got your number in that first fight and they beat you up real bad, usually in that second fight, it's usually a lot worse. You know what I'm saying? So that's something we're gonna talk about here tonight too, because for those of you who did pick Fury, this fight ain't go like how you said it was gonna go. But back to what we're talking about. Fact of the matter is, we were dealing with a legendary fight between two legendary heavyweights, and it's something that us as boxing fans, we should be proud that we got to witness that in our lifetime. You know what I mean? Two dudes just laying it all out on the line, giving their lives to do what it is that they do. You feel me? So it's dope. Amanda say Deontay been fighting for 13 years and has less top 10 fights than Dillian White. I don't know about that, Amanda. Is that what it is? That's how you feeling? I don't know about all that, man. Dillian White. I don't know about that, man. You're reaching a little bit with that one, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna have you on here a little bit later on if you're trying to come through. You could defend your arguments. I see where you're coming from though, because Dillian White has fought some guys, you know what I'm saying? But Wilder's fought some guys too. Everybody that stepped up to the plate against Wilder, he fought him. You know what I'm saying? Not only did he fight him, but for the most part, he knocked him out. You know what I'm saying? In devastating fashion, aside from Tyson Fury. So, Dillian White deserves some props, but Wilder has fought top tier guys in his tenure as champion. There's been nobody who can say Wilder ducked him. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nobody who could be like, oh, Wilder ducked him. I know it's gonna be probably some people that are gonna make an argument for AJ, but the whole he ducked AJ shit is some bullshit. That's just bullshit to begin with, because you can't be chasing somebody for as long as Wilder was chasing him and then turn around and duck them. Like, obviously the situation is that the business didn't make sense, or the business didn't work out in the favor of the way both fighters wanted to work, and for that reason the fight didn't happen. But it definitely wasn't no Wilder duck no damn AJ. You know what I'm saying? If anything, you could say it's the other way around. Amadas, come on, man, you capping over here, bro. Are you capping over here? You ain't duck no damn AJ, man. Stop wilding, bro. You ain't duck no AJ. He ain't done no AJ. AJ White, Povetkin. Didn't Povetkin test positive when Wilder was trying to fight him? Come on, man. Povetkin tested positive. They were supposed to fight, and then Povetkin tested positive for PEDs. So if anything, Povetkin did Wilder, really is what it came down to. As far as Dillian White did all this slick talking in the background. But when it came down to actually making a fight, I can't say Dillian White didn't want to fight Wilder, because I feel like he did. But if you're Deontay Wilder, you didn't really have no reason to fight Dillian White at the particular time, because you was looking for AJ. So when Wilder did try to make that fight happen, when he did try to make the smoke happen, as far as getting AJ on the contract and then fighting Dillian White, but in order to fight Dillian White, AJ got to be on the contract. They wasn't open to that. They was like, that's two different deals. You know what I'm saying? So, He say right here. Wilder say he turned the AJ fight down for 100. Turned it down for 100. Man, I don't know. I don't know. I ain't hear that. You're going to send me that article. I know that there was some business things going on, but by that time, Wilder had made up his decision to. He had made up his mind to fight Fury. You know, he felt like the Fury was the better investment. You know, now I ended up backfiring. You know what I'm saying? But even though it ended up backfiring, he still ended up making a lot of money off of the Fury fight. You know, so it is what it is. Lewis tested positive, and so did Fury. Yeah, man, a lot of these dudes testing positive. Yeah, Luis Ortiz tested positive, but the Povetkin fight didn't happen specifically because Povetkin tested positive, and they had to postpone the fight. That's literally why the fight didn't happen. Rafael Vascola Jr. says Wilder still has good fights ahead, but he's not elite. Fury has his number. And we're gonna talk about that, Raphael, because honestly, I think there needs to be a fourth fight. I think a fourth fight needs to happen. I don't know that Fury has his number. He definitely was the better man that night for sure. But I don't know if he necessarily has his number. I think we may need a fourth fight, but I don't think we'll ever get one. But I think we need one though. Mata says Dylan White was a mandatory. Laughing out loud. I believe he became a mandatory, but by that time they already had the Fury fights in place. You know what I'm saying? So are you going to fight Tyson Fury or are you going to fight Dylan White? You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like he was hanging there the whole time and Wilder just didn't fight him. It was like by the time he had fought himself in place in order to actually be a mandatory, the Fury fights were already in place. And we were talking about a unification fight. So, he ain't ducked no damn Dylan White, man. Stop capping the modest. Stop capping. You over there capping heavy right now, man. He ain't duck no damn Dylan White, man. Man, he ain't duck no Dylan White. You wilder. You know what I mean? Rafael Vascola Jr. says, link me in. I like to defend my position. Well, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna open up the line a little bit later on, Rafael. I'm gonna open it up because I want that. I want you guys to defend your positions. You and the modest, you guys are gonna have very distinct positions on this topic, and I want that. But I'm not ready to do that just yet. I gotta go through some stuff first before I open up those lines. So bear with me. You know what I'm saying? And I promise we're gonna open up the lines, and you and anybody else who want to go ahead and debate whatever it is that I'm saying, I guarantee you will have your opportunity. You know what I mean? For sure. But let's move on to it, man. Like, again, man, this was a legendary fight, a legendary trilogy between Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. It has everything as far as the fight's concerned, as the trilogy is concerned. It has everything in the fight in order for it to be legendary. You know what I mean? You literally had a whole lot on the line. You know what I'm saying? Between the two fighters. Not only do you have bragging rights, but I mean, we got to talk about everything, this whole cheating allegations. We got to talk about the fact that Deontay Wilder was accusing Tyson Fury of cheating. So the result of this third fight really like, if we knew before this fight happened that if Wilder lost this fight, okay, he would look like a fool because it would kind of look like he's been making up the whole cheating thing in order to justify the loss in the second fight. And if you're Tyson Fury and you lose, then it's like, well, the only time that you could beat Deontay Wilder is when you were cheating. And now that second fight looks very suspicious to begin with. So it's like a whole lot going on here. Rafael Vasco Jr. says, keep up the good work, bro. I appreciate you, Rafael, man. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. Support. I appreciate the support from you guys out here watching. Continue to rock with your boy, man, for talking this good boxing, man, because that's what we do out here. But yeah, man. So this has all the makings for a legendary fight. That's literally what it was. This was a legendary fight. 20, 30, 40 years from now, our grandkids and then our great grandkids are going to be talking about the Wilder Fury 2 or Wilder Fury trilogy because it had the makings of everything that a legendary fight will have. It had multiple knockdowns throughout the trilogy. We had a lot on the line. We had bad blood. We had two dudes that genuinely did not like each other, talk shit about each other's culture and religion and things like that. There was a lot of little personal boundaries that was crossed between these two fighters, which made it very intriguing to the average spectator. You know what I mean? Watching this fight from the bleachers. So this had the makings of a very, very legendary fight, and I think that's what it was. One thing that I'll say that was real surprising though is this fight only did about 600,000 pay-per-view buys, which to me is real surprising, man, because 600,000 pay-per-view buys, that's like I think most of us were all suspecting the fight to do about 1 million pay-per-view buys, but I think it's really surprising that it only did 600,000 pay-per-view buys, given all that was involved, as far as the bad blood, as far as the cheating allegations, as far as everything. I think it's just really surprising that was the end result, and I guess we still don't know whether or not that 600,000 is indeed the number, but that's what's reported. So that's all we can really go on. But that's really surprising to me. But, this was definitely a legendary fight. But unfortunately, it kind of underperformed, which I'm a little sad about because, for me, when fights underperform, then like, we're not giving the fighters an incentive to step in the ring with top level competition. We're not doing that. So it's real sad that actually happened, So, but yeah, man. Maybe I'm thinking maybe the reason for the lackluster pay-per-view numbers was maybe because, maybe people had saw what they needed to see from the second fight, or maybe they just felt like um maybe they just felt like Fury had his number, just like Raphael said earlier. Fury had his number, and it just wasn't worth watching the third fight. Maybe that was the case. But either way, man, I mean, it just didn't perform well, man, which is kind of tragic, man. I would have liked this fight to perform well because it was such a good fight, and it was so worth the money as far as the pay-per-view was concerned. Just given everything that was involved, everything that was at stake. It was just a dope type of situation for your boxing fan, or even for your casual fan that's just watching, from the sidelines, Yeah. Now, one thing I'll say too, man, and I know like most boxing fans are gonna be probably upset, especially if you're a heavyweight boxer. Thing about me, man, is I'm not really a heavyweight boxing fan like that. And I think that was another thing that was kind of disappointing in this fight was the lack of skills that were displayed on behalf of both fighters. Now, heavyweights typically aren't known for being very skillful because they have a lot of power to kind of compensate for the lack of skill. But I mean, coming from a pure skill perspective, I think this fight was also kind of disappointing in that aspect as well, because you literally had two dudes repeatedly throwing telegraphed 1-2s, you know what I'm saying, over and over and over again. And I mean, if you're a purist like me, you really appreciate the the sweet science of boxing. You know what I'm saying? You like to see the head movement. You like to see the counter punching. You like to see, the lateral movement. You like to see the angles. You like to see the sweet science of it. And I think in this fight, we really didn't get that. We really didn't get the sweet science. And that's on behalf of both fighters. It was more like a street fight, man. As far as what Wilder Fury's 3 actually ended up being. It ended up just being a street fight and less of a boxing match. I mean, honestly, you'd be hard pressed to even call this a boxing match, considering the lack of skills that were displayed during this fight. So I don't know, man. I'm not. I mean, on one hand, I love the fighting. You know what I'm saying? I love that the fights were going down. I love that it was back and forth. I love that it was a war. But on the other hand, I kind of hate the idea of watching two dudes just kind of like just swing just, wildly through the air and, and land on each other without, no real show of defense, no real show of any kind of calculated offense, just kind of like a street fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if any of you dudes ever watched those bum fights. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got different volumes of the bum fights. If you don't know what bum fights are, go on YouTube and Google bum fights. They got different volumes. I think volume 1 through like 35. And literally with the bum fights, you literally see these homeless people and they just throwing hands, wildly throughout the air and just swinging wildly and missing and hitting each other. And then, somebody hits the other person and then they get knocked out, and one goes to sleep. That's kind of how I feel about heavyweights at this point. That's how I kind of feel about this Wilder Fury trilogy, kind of like watching a bum fight. I'm not a huge heavyweight boxing fan, and I think that even though like I went into this fight kind of like knowing that it wasn't going to be a high level of skill displayed, it was still a little disappointing to see just how little of skills we actually got to see during this fight. Despite and again, it was a great fight. I mean, them dudes was putting in work. We was getting them dudes were putting their heart on the line, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, the bums put their heart on the line too. One person gets knocked out, and and that's how that goes. So I mean, that's kind of how I was looking at it. That was a little disappointing for me, man. How y'all feel about that, man? How y'all feel about the lack of skills displayed in this whole Wilder Fury 3 saga? You know what I mean? Because the thing about this for me too is a lot of people going into this fight, they were saying things like, oh, well, skills pay the bills when it comes to Tyson Fury. Skills pay the bills. Skills pay the bills. That was like a regular thing that we were hearing over and over, like a broken record from different people. And it's like, okay, Tyson Fury has some skills, but based on what we saw in that third fight, based on what we see from heavyweights in general, it's like, I mean, can we really say skills pay the bills for most of these heavyweights? There are probably some that we could make that argument for, that we could say skills pay the bills, but for the most part, with these heavyweights, man, they throw these telegraphed 1-2s and in hopes of knocking somebody out, and it's like, it's like, all right, I mean, knockouts are cool, but all right, you know what I'm saying? Where's the boxing? Where's the sweet science? Where's the skills? Where's the technical ability? Where are these things? Where's the blazing speed? We didn't get none of that. We didn't get none of that in this fight, man. But again, two warriors going out there putting it out on the line. Still a legendary fight. You know what I'm saying? Still a legendary fight. And I'm I'm on record saying this too when it comes to heavyweights, man. Like I'm just, in general, I'm just not a fan of it. Actually, man, the lack of skills was kind of disgusting to me. You know what I mean? It kind of disgusted me, the lack of skills that we got there from the two. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I think the other thing too, the other distinction that we got to make in regards to Wilder and Fury is the fact that because of both having a severe lack of skills, and I know it's gonna be people out there that ain't gonna agree with me. All right, I know that I'm not gonna agree with everything that I'm saying, and I don't expect you to. But for me, on my behalf, man, I feel like their skills are really comparable, man. I feel like it's real comparable as far as their skill set. G. Paul could say Fury had more skills at the end. He did set his knockout as where Wilder got right hand happy. He did get right hand happy, but they were both right hand happy, man. They were both right hand happy. Fury was throwing a whole bunch of 1-2s and Wilder was throwing a bunch of 1-2s, man. I didn't really see Fury setting up no right hands. I did see Fury show a little bit more head movement. He was able to get in and out of the way a little bit more of some of Wilder's right hands, and he was slipping them. So I could tell that he spent a lot of the training camp, or he spent a lot of time just slipping the right hand, and avoiding the right hand. He definitely spent a lot of time doing that. And it worked to his advantage, you know what I'm saying? Because even though he got caught with that right hand several times, he didn't get caught with it as much as he could have gotten caught with it, So I mean, to Fury's credit, he did that right. But as far as like showing a high level of boxing ability, as far as being able to circle the ring and use lateral movement, all right, and counter punch, I didn't see a whole lot of that. I didn't see a whole lot of that, man, from Tyson Fury. So I'm not really sure what skills paid the bills here in this case, you know. And I'm gonna say this, and I know a lot of motherfuckers ain't gonna agree with me, but I'm gonna say it honestly. This fight wasn't one on skills, wasn't one that's on by skills at all, you know, because if you look at the third fight and you look at the fact that in the first two rounds, Wilder kind of dominated the first two rounds, and the game plan was working until Fury got away from the game plan. If you're talking about boxing, Wilder was out boxing Fury. So at what point did the skills actually pay the bills in the first two rounds? It wasn't until the third round where Wilder hurt Fury and then punched himself out with his lack of conditioning, that Fury was able to actually hurt Wilder and put him down. That's how the fight actually went to me. You know, he got caught with a punch in the third round. He got hurt, but really he got hurt because he had punched himself out. He hurt Fury in the third round, if you guys recall correctly. He hurt Fury in the third round, and then he tried to finish Fury. He got happy and tried to finish Fury in the third round. Okay, and then when he couldn't finish Fury, you know, Fury ended up catching him while he was tired. Okay, and then hurting him and putting him down in the third round. That's what ended up happening. You know, Rafael Vasquez says Wilder finally meets someone that could take a right hand and your one trick pony. You don't have a plan B. Absolutely, but the thing is he completely got away from the game plan. Like the game plan clearly was to throw punches to the body, you know, move from the body to the head, mix it up, make Tyson Fury guess where the right hand was going, whether it was going to go to the body. You saw those straight right hands going to the body. So he was going to make Fury guess about where those straight right hands were going. Okay. And while he was guessing to the body, it was supposed to be going up top to the head. So that game plan was highly effective because in those cases, you can't guard both your head and your body effectively. You got to pick one, you know? So at a certain point, Tyson Fury had to guess which one Wilder was going with. But once Wilder got away from that and Fury was able to correctly identify, okay, now all the right hands are coming to my head. So all I have to do is move my head and get out of the way of the right hand. It made the fight very easy for Tyson Fury, you know, and at that point he was able to take over the fight. You know, but of course that didn't happen until later on, you know, maybe like the fifth or sixth round after Wilder had completely exhausted himself and was completely dazed and wobbled and didn't really have much fight in him, you know what I'm saying, in order to continue to fight. You know what I mean? But again, when it comes to skills pay the bills, I don't really, when people say that, I don't really get that because I didn't really see a whole lot of skills that was really able to pay a whole lot of bills. I saw one guy that was literally able to outlast the other guy, you know, and correctly be able to avoid a right hand that was telegraphed, you know. But to me, that ain't, you know, like G Parker, man, if you knew I was throwing the right hand, you probably be able to get out of the way of the right hand too. You know what I mean? Like Wilder didn't put much guesswork into when he was throwing the right hand and that he was throwing the right hand. You knew the right hand was coming and you knew when it was coming, you knew how it was coming, and you knew from what direction it was coming. So it all remained the same after that third round when Wilder got hurt, you know. So that's pretty much what it is when it comes to that, you know. You know, but another thing that I want to, and G Parker say something. What G Parker talking about? G Parker say Fury had a pretty good head movement, but his body wasn't going nowhere. Everything was working well for Wilder at first, but he got hit in the face and said F this and started swinging for the fences. Absolutely. He reverted from the game plan. And that's why I don't get why people talk badly about Malik Scott. Malik Scott did everything he was supposed to do, coming up with a game plan. He got with Wilder. He made Wilder do things that he needed to do in order to be able to effectively utilize their game plan. But you know, he got away from the game plan and ended up getting beat up as a result of getting away from the game plan. Yeah, like G Parker say, man, he got hit in the face and then said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna throw this right hand," and and that's what I'm about to do. So you know, and Fury. I mean, your head movement is going to be good if you know exactly what punch is coming. But even so, Fury still had better head movement. There was a few times that I saw Fury, do some counter punching on the inside, and move his head and then throw a punch to the body or do little things to the body to kind of get him, because he did some good work on the inside, which was great. Rafael Vasquez says everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. Yeah, man. Was it Mike Tyson saying, man? And it's true. It's true. Everybody got a plan until you get punched in the face, man. But I mean, Wilder completely got away from the game plan, man. It was sad to see. Like, it's one thing to divert a little bit, or to get away from the game plan and then maybe come back, maybe get away from it a little bit and then maybe come back. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing to do stuff like that, but Wilder just threw the game plan in the trash. He just threw the whole thing in the trash and just did whatever it is he felt like doing for the rest of the fight, for the rest of the 11 rounds that the fight went on. So that was sad. I think if he would have done even a little bit of what he did in the first 2 rounds, I think the fight would have went a lot differently, for sure. But this leads me to another point that I want to make, and that was that this was a close fight. This was a really close fight in retrospect. If you go back and you watch the fight, this wasn't a fight that Tyson Fury dominated from the opening bell to when the knockout happened. This wasn't that type of fight. But you got a lot of like trolls out there who are making it seem like it was that type of fight. Like this was a pure and utter domination. No, it wasn't a pure and utter domination. This was a close fight. As a matter of fact, this was a fight that was even after about 7 rounds. This was a competitive fight, man, between 2 top class heavyweights. At the end of the day, so it's like, you can't diminish or degrade Deontay Wilder in any way because this was not the second fight at all. This was a competitive fight. I mean, and you could say that it wasn't competitive, but how do you get knocked down twice against a guy that you're not competitive with? How do you get hurt multiple times against the guy that you're not competitive with? How is a fight even at 6 or 7 rounds with a guy that you're not competitive with? This was a competitive fight from the starting bell all the way to the ending bell. So it's like, we can't play this game where we make it seem like it was a complete and utter domination, because it just wasn't a complete and utter domination. G Parker says coaching is like parenting. I can tell you train, I can teach you train, I could teach you, train you, show you, but in the end, you got to get out there and get it for yourself. And I have you the tools, but you have to use them. Absolutely. And that's why I'm like, Malik Scott did a good job. Malik Scott gave him the game plan. Malik Scott emphasized the skills that were needed to execute the game plan. Malik Scott motivated. Malik Scott encouraged him. Malik Scott did everything that a good trainer is supposed to do for his fighter. I think Malik Scott did a hell of a good job. And I don't know that there's a whole lot you can ask. I see like little videos and stuff out there about people saying that Wilder should have probably trained with what's his name, Floyd Mayweather, because Floyd had offered to train Wilder. And I'm just like, it wouldn't matter if Floyd was there. It wouldn't matter if Pernell Whitaker was there in Wilder's corner. It wouldn't matter if he had Jesus in his corner, man. Honestly, man, I'm just keeping it a stack with y'all. It wouldn't matter who was in his corner, because at the end of the day, it's still up to the fighter to execute the game plan. If Malik Scott gave him a game plan and the game plan was working in the first 2 rounds, and then in the 3rd and 4th round, he got away from the game plan, Malik Scott did his job, but Wilder didn't execute the job, is really what it came down to at the end of the day. Rafael Vasquez says, I don't know how much truth there is to this, but John Fury said Tyson couldn't run 3 miles a month before the fight. Interesting. He couldn't run 3 miles a month before the fight. Well, I mean, if he couldn't do that before the fight, I mean, honestly, Fury didn't look like he was in great shape either, but he looked like he was in better shape than Wilder. You know, he looked like he was in better shape than Wilder, which in the past I've seen Fury in better shape. Because if you look at Fury's style prior to the second Wilder fight, it was a lot different. Fury used to throw a lot of punches and bunches. Fury used to move around the ring a lot more. Fury used to exert a lot more energy. And most of Fury's fights went 12 rounds, So Fury's conditioned for the most part to go 12 rounds. But in the 6th round, 7th round, he looked like he was pretty tired, And maybe Wilder couldn't see it, but I could see it for sure. Marie Ann G is in the building. What's going on with you, fam? Yeah, man. Mary Ann says, "What up? You got man Arthur or Yard? I like Anthony Yard, man. I like Anthony Yard. I think he's a rough, rugged, hard-hitting guy. It's I'm gonna have to look at that fight, man. I'm gonna have to look at Arthur. I'm gonna have to see, I'm gonna have to watch that and watch a few of those fights, man. But if I had to just go off the top of my head, I'll probably go with Anthony Yard. But I need to see, I need to go back and do some research and see a little bit more of Arthur and see what he's working with. But I ain't gonna call that right now. Ask me that again next time I go live, Marianne, for sure. Wilder was ripped, bro. Yeah, he was ripped, man. Wilder he always comes out in great shape. He's always ripped. He always looks good when he get into the ring. But your body don't win fights for you. That's the only thing about that. Your body don't win fights for you. And the thing about it is he had packed on an extra, I want to say maybe 12 pounds. He had packed down an extra 12 pounds. And the thing about it, and I remember I had made the statement in my thoughts video. I had made like a statement where I didn't feel like the added muscle would be a problem for Wilder. But when I think about that, I feel like I'm mistaken. I was mistaken in that assessment because when you add extra, and this is why weight classes, it's another reason why weight classes exist, right? Because I believe Wilder is used to fighting 12 pounds lower. And as a result, he's able to throw more punches, be more active, and move around the ring a little bit more. He's never been that big ever before in his life. That's what I want to say about that. Wilder's never been that big ever. And then to never be that big, right? And then have your first fight that big. That's problematic. Now that I'm thinking about it in retrospect, as opposed to Fury has actually gotten all the way up to 300 and something pounds. So Fury has actually been a lot heavier in his life. He's actually been a lot heavier in his life, as opposed to Wilder at 240 something. That's the heaviest he's ever been. So to be the heaviest that you've ever been in your life, right? And then take your biggest professional fight at the heaviest weight that you've ever been. And to be able to have stamina and go rounds at the heaviest weight that you've ever been in your life, the first fight, the most important fight, the heaviest weight you've ever been, and not have stamina issues, it's kind of a problem. It's problematic now that I'm thinking about it. For Fury, I'm sure it was a problem too, because I don't think he's ever come in at 277, 280. I'm sure it was a problem for him, but he's been 300 pounds before. That's not the heaviest that he's ever been. That's the heaviest that Wilder has ever been in his life. Wilder was a skinny guy. who added mass. Fury was a big guy who shrunk down. So for Fury, he's carrying a lot less weight than he's used to carrying. And for Wilder, he's carrying a lot more weight than he's used to carrying. But honestly, I feel like for both fighters came into the ring with the intention to end it inside of 5 rounds. That's the other thing I want to say about this. I feel like both fighters came into this fight, this third fight, with the intention to end it within 5 rounds. I don't think any of them predicted that the fight would have gone past 6 rounds. I don't think any of them predicted that. I don't think Fury planned for that. I don't think Wilder planned for that. I think ultimately the goal for both of them was to knock one of them to be knocked out inside of 5. That's how they trained. That's how they prepared. That's why we saw the weight gain. None of them were prepared for each other to go to rounds like they did. So when it actually did go into the later round, both of them were kind of like, it looked like a bum fight, like what I was saying earlier. It looked like 2 guys just throwing punches, with no rhyme or reason or rhythm behind it, just throwing punches, knockout punches, when they could throw punches, in between deep breaths and almost passing out over each other. That's what it looked like to me. You know what I'm saying? Marianne G says, sure thing, man. Yeah, man. For sure. Yeah, but but yeah, man, I say all that to just say, man, this was a close fight. This third fight was a close fight, man. It was not no domination. Don't believe the hype on the internet. Wilder got knocked out, but any of them could have got knocked out in this fight. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Any of them could have gotten knocked out in this fight. Had things happened a little bit differently, Fury could have been knocked out in this fight. You know what I'm saying? But it ended up being Wilder. Plant versus Canelo predictions. I'm gonna make that a little bit later on, man. I'm gonna have you on when I make those predictions because it's a few little fights we're gonna talk about a little later on, Rafael. So, but we'll talk about that. But I'll give you a hint. The person I think who's gonna win is Mexican. I'll give you a hint. But we're gonna talk about it a little bit later on. You know what I mean? We're gonna talk about it a little bit later on. Marianne G says, yeah, they were both their highest fight weight. Being heavy suits Fury. It didn't fit Wilder. Absolutely. But even for Fury, it definitely hindered Fury's performance as well. But if anybody's more equipped to handle more weight, it's Fury. It's not Wilder. Right? It's Fury. It's not Wilder because Fury's used to being way heavier. Fury's used to being 300 pounds, walking around 300 pounds. Wilder's used to being slightly over 200 pounds. So now you're used to being slightly over 200 and you gain another 20 pounds, and now you're having your first fight at that weight, which is your most important fight. That's that didn't make for a good recipe for Wilder. That after that 5th round, it was very difficult for him to try to win that fight, considering the lack of stamina and endurance. That was pure heart that Wilder was even able to survive that long. I don't even get how. Rafael Valesco Jr. says, Bud versus Porter prediction. I gave that prediction in one of my last lives, man, but I give it again, man. I think Terrence Crawford's going to stop Sean Porter, man. He's going to stop him in about this. I give it about 8 rounds. I give it 9 rounds. Let me give Sean a little bit. I give it 10 rounds. Let me give Sean some more props. Bud is going to stop Sean in 10 rounds. Okay? That's how that fight's going to go to me. Marianne G says, Wilder looked robotic and stiff and gassed so quick. It was only his heart that kept him going so long. Respect to that, man. Absolutely, man. Definitely all heart that kept him in the ring because he didn't have any endurance. He didn't have any stamina. You can tell he was just at a certain point in the fight. I could see Wilder just throwing arm punches. There was no weight behind him. There was no. He didn't put his body behind any of those punches. It was like flailing around like a fish, man. Just throwing punches, man. And they were, it was rough. It was rough. He had nothing left in him after maybe about the fifth or sixth round. Rafael Velasco says, "Who's next for Wilder?" Wilder. We're gonna talk about. I was gonna talk about this anyway, but Wilder has a lot of options ahead of him. There's a lot of people right now that he can fight. There's a lot of people out there that he can fight. The rest of the division. I mean, let's think about it. This whole Wilder Fury thing has been going on for the last what? How long has it been now? 3 years? 4 years? That's how long this has been going on. So, I mean, during this time, the heavyweight division has continued to kind of move, with these two kind of stuck in time. So now that we have some closure, and we're going to talk about that. Now that we have some closure to this situation, let's see these guys against the other heavyweights. Let's see AJ Wilder. Let's see AJ Fury. Let's see Usyk Fury. Let's see Usyk Wilder. Let's see these up and coming guys, and we're gonna talk about them. Let's see these up and coming guys. Let's see Jared Anderson Fury. Let's see Jared Anderson Wilder. Let's see these fights. Let's see these guys get in there and mix it up with the rest of the division. Let's see that happen. That's what needs to happen. We had these guys stuck in time for the last 3 or 4 years. All right, we got some closure. It's done. Let's see these guys jump in the ring with some of these other top heavyweights in the division. Let's see Dylan White in the mix. Let's see Joe Joyce. Let's see some of these other guys. Let's see how they fare. Let's see if these guys. Let's see if these guys are still at the top of the heavyweight division, because we know that they were at the top of the heavyweight division 4 years ago. But do we know that they're at the top of the heavyweight division now? We don't know that because they haven't fought anybody aside from themselves in the last 3 or 4 years. So let's see these guys in the ring against some of these other top heavyweights. Let's see how they do. Let's see how they do. I need to see it. I need to see it. But one thing I definitely want to say, man, is I give Tyson Fury props for winning this third fight, but I think one thing that we all have to kind of look at, right, is the huge differences. And I said this in my post-fight reaction. The huge differences between the third fight and the second fight. Right? The huge differences between the third fight and the second fight. Like, why was the third fight and the first fight so completely different from the second fight? And I said this a little bit earlier, and I'm gonna say this again, because most of the time when you beat somebody, okay, when you whoop on somebody, right? And we've seen this again. We saw Roy Jones and Antonio Tarver. We seen Floyd Mayweather Maidana 1. We seen Floyd Mayweather Maidana 2. We seen Floyd Mayweather Castillo 1. We saw Floyd Mayweather Castillo 2. We saw these fights in which case a fighter won, right? And then we seen Wilder Stavern 1, and we seen Wilder Stavern 2. We seen Luis Ortiz 1, and then we seen Luis Ortiz 2. So we see these fights where a fighter loses, right? A fighter loses. But then as the rematch happens, well, usually the person that won is usually able to beat the fighter worse than what they did in the prior fight. You know what I mean? That's usually what it is. Rafael Vasquez says, Wilder lost all 3 versus Fury. No other way to explain it. Well, the first fight was a draw. The first fight was a competitive fight. If it was that uncompetitive, then it wouldn't have been a draw. And I get that Fury did some of the better boxing in the first fight. However, he lost some rounds. You can say that he boxed better in majority of the rounds, but he lost some of those rounds big, and he lost some of those rounds in general, you know, and that fight ended up a draw. In the second fight, we saw Fury completely blow by Wilder, like it was nothing, like it was easy work. He hardly broken a sweat, and he blew through Wilder like it was nothing. But in this third fight, we get this highly competitive, highly emotional fight, in which case both fighters at any point during the fight could have lost it all. So we have the first fight and the third fight that are highly competitive, that have the same level of competition, in which case you have two fighters going back and forth. And then we have this second fight that's kind of an anomaly among the other two fights. And then behind the second fight, we have all these allegations of cheating and wrongdoing and things like that on Fury's part. So my thing is this. I'm not one of these people who's going to sit here and say this and that and this definitively, because at the end of the day, I don't know. I stand by that position. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see shit. I don't know. But what I will say is I have to point out the differences between the three fights. The similarities between the first and third fight, and then the second fight being a complete and utter anomaly. And the fact that usually when you have a fighter lose by a spectacular knockout loss, the following fight after that is usually worse than the fight prior to that. When Wilder fought Berman Stavern for the first time, that fight went 12 rounds. It was competitive, but Wilder won. In the second fight, Wilder knocked out Stavern in devastating fashion, and it ended really badly for Stavern. It was a horrible knockout, in which case Wilder cemented his win versus Stavern. But if we look at Fury Wilder 2, and then we look at Fury Wilder 3, how is it possible that Tyson Fury could regress in his performance against Deontay Wilder? Why wasn't his performance better than what it was in the previous fight? Which to me is suspicious in itself. Marianne G says, to be fair, the only difference between the three that Wilder wasn't stopped in, the only difference between the three is that Wilder wasn't stopped in the first fight. Fury was doing a good job boxing, but in that first fight, I don't see at any point where Wilder was even close to being stopped in that fight. You know, Fury was you could say that he was busier than Wilder, but Wilder was landing a lot of clean, very effective punches. That fight was still very competitive. While Fury would land 3 and 4 punches, Wilder would land one hard shot, which would probably be a right hand or something along that line. You know? And that was how that fight went. But then in the second fight, we see Fury completely run over Wilder. And in the third fight, we see another competitive fight that's similar to the first fight, where both fighters are going back and forth. So how do you explain that? How do you really explain something like that? You know? Marianne G says, exactly. First fight went to the cards. The next two, Fury stopped Wilder. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the point you're trying to make, though, Marianne. Like, yeah, you know, the first fight went to the cards, you know, but just like the third fight Because when we talk about the third fight, we're talking about a highly competitive fight that could have gone either way. You know what I mean? We're talking about a highly competitive fight that could have gone either way. We're talking about the first fight. We're talking about a highly competitive fight that could have gone either way, right? But when we talk about the second fight, we talk about a completely one-sided domination. So my question is, why was the second fight so different from the first and third fights? That's what my question is. Marianne G says, "Great trilogy. We're lucky to be able to see it." Absolutely, man. It was a great trilogy. It was a wonderful trilogy. You know, it was a wonderful trilogy. Raphael says Wilder can't put Fury's lights out, so 10 out of 10 fights will end the same. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if he can't put Fury's lights out. I don't know if he can't. I think he can. I think he can put Fury's lights out. I think if in that third fight, if he had set up some of those punches a little better, if he had stuck with the game plan, he could have caught Fury with something that he didn't see and could have knocked him out. Here's the other thing about the right hand too, right? If you guys have ever been in the ring before, a punch that you see is way less effective than a punch that you can't see. If you see a punch coming and you know that it's coming, you can brace for it. So that means that if you're Tyson Fury and you get caught by a right hand, right? You get caught by one. In the case of later on in the fight where Wilder's punches became very telegraphed, in those cases, right, Fury was able to brace for those right hands, grit his teeth and brace for them. But if Wilder had stuck with the game plan that allowed him to mask that right hand and catch Fury with a punch that he didn't see coming, he could have knocked him out. He could have knocked him out cold. You know? He really could have. He really, really, really could have. You know? So, I think with that in mind, man, with that in mind, I kind of want to see a fourth fight. Rafael Vasco Jr. says Malik Scott can't teach someone who thinks he knows everything. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know if I would say Wilder thinks he knows everything, because to me, he definitely tried some different things in this fight, right? The third fight, right? He tried some different things. He tried some things in there that you've never really seen Wilder do. You've never seen Wilder throw right hands to the gut. You never seen that before. You never seen Wilder jab to the gut. You never seen that before. For the most part, you usually see Wilder fighting tall, standing up, not much bending at the knees. You usually see him throwing jabs, and behind the jab is usually a right hand. You usually see the same old story from Deontay Wilder. You don't normally see him doing things like that. So I don't think that Wilder was stubborn in the fact that he didn't want, like he thinks he knows it all. I think he tried to do what Malik Scott was teaching him to do. But I think that ultimately he didn't have enough experience doing those things. But to top it off, when he gets hurt, he reverts back to doing what he knows. You know, Terry Smoot Jr. is in the building. What's going on with you, Terry Smoot? My guy's in the building. Shout out to my guy, Terry Smoot Jr. You know what I mean? Marianne G says, no fourth fight. We can't feed Wilder to Fury again. This guy has to rebuild. Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting that Tyson Fury should stop what he's doing and fight Wilder again. I'm not suggesting that. But I think that I don't think that it's truly settled as of yet. I don't think that it's truly settled as of yet. I think that Fury outlasted Wilder in his third fight. And I chose that word very particularly. I feel like he outlasted Wilder in this third fight. I feel like the first fight was a draw, but I'm not really taking that second fight very seriously. To me, this third fight was the second fight. In my eyes, that's how I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this like this third fight was the second fight, and there should be a third fight. But again, I think Wilder, he definitely needs to fight himself back in position. He needs to get in there with Dylan White, maybe AJ. And there's talk of that too. There's talk of him getting in there with Dylan White. Dylan White is a WBC mandatory. So if he was to fight Dylan White, beat Dylan White, and he got himself back in position, I'll probably want to see him fight someone else, like maybe one other person, but then afterwards get back in the ring with Fury. I'd like to see that for Deontay Wilder. I am for a fourth fight, but I'm not against him rebuilding. I don't think there needs to be an immediate rematch, but I do feel like Deontay Wilder, if he can get back in the ring and do well against some solid guys and beat them convincingly, I'd like to see him back in the ring with Fury, and I don't think that Fury necessarily beats him. Because again, this third fight, much like the first fight, was very competitive, went back and forth, and had a few things been differently, could have gone in another direction. And I'm not, and I hear some people online talking about the count stuff and all that. I don't take all that stuff too seriously because, it's a 10 count, not a 10-second count. So I'm not one of those guys. But again, had a few things gone a little bit differently, I think Deontay Wilder wins this fight. Rafael Vasquez says, AJ admits defeat and always looks to improve. No excuses. AJ's a stand-up guy, man, for the most part. AJ's a stand-up guy, I'd like to see, he does admit defeat, and it is no excuses for AJ. But Wilder didn't make any excuses in this fight, not after this last loss. He didn't make any excuses. All the excuses, if any, came from the second fight, in which case there were lots of allegations and lots of things that went on in regards to the validity of that second fight, which, if you look at those allegations and then you think about what I just said in regards to the second fight being a complete and utter anomaly, right? Versus the first fight and the third fight. I think that just based on that, there has to be some validity to what was said about what transpired in the second fight. Because you can't have a first fight that's highly competitive, right? And then you go to a second fight where Fury dominates Wilder, right? And then you go to a third fight where it's competitive, like the first fight. If you're Tyson Fury, how do you regress in your performance against a guy that you just dominated? Marion G says, it's definitely settled. Wilder has been stopped twice by the same guy in the last two fights. He needs a new opponent. No shame in losing to a better guy. He could potentially beat everyone else. Well, here's the thing about me, Marianne. Like, I don't really hold the second fight in high regard. Like, I'm not the second fight, it doesn't feel valid to me. The third fight is valid for sure. Fury won that. He's the better guy. But the second fight, I look at it very sketchy. Because if you were able to beat him up that bad in the second fight, why weren't you able to do the same thing, if not worse, in this third fight? I mean, anybody else who we see beat up somebody that bad and then go into another fight with them, the same person, we usually see them beat them up worse in the fight that follows that. So why was this third fight so competitive compared to the second fight? You telling me because Wilder got that much better from the second fight to the third fight? I mean, sure, he did a few things differently. But if you're Tyson Fury and you're able to dominate Wilder so dominantly in the second fight, then you should have been able to do something pretty similar in the third fight. Rafael Velasco Jr. says Wilder fanboys have a truckload of excuses. Winners lose with grace. Yeah, but those are his fanboys. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't you can't blame Wilder for what his fanboys say. You know what I mean? It's fanboys are fanboys. They're gonna do what they do. They're gonna say what they say. You can't argue with fanboys. All the best fighters have their fanboys, and you can't tell their fanboys anything. Canelo has fanboys. AJ has fanboys. Terry Smoot, if you're still in the building, I remember that story you told me about. You were on somebody's chat and they kicked you off the chat because you said something bad about AJ. They said you're an AJ hater and kicked you off. I think I remember you telling me a story like that. When I have you on a little bit later, you got to tell that story again. But everybody has their fanboys, so you can't fault somebody for what their fanboys say. Fanboys, they don't, they're not like real boxing fans like you and me, Raphael. We support the sport. We like the sport of boxing. We support the sport. We don't rock with none of the fanboy shit. You know what I mean? Because the fanboy shit just makes you look dumb. It just makes you look dumb. And you can have your favorite fighters, man. I'll say it in front of everybody. My favorite fighters are Terrence Crawford, Demetrius Andrade, and Devin Haney. Those are some of my favorite fighters. But when they start doing bullshit, I'm not gonna rock with that. Like, fuck no. I'm not a fanboy. There's a difference between being a fan and a fanboy. You know what I mean? Fury's daughter was almost dead. That took him away from training. Yeah, I heard about that. That his daughter was like in a hospital or something along those lines, and it got really bad for Tyson Fury. Yeah, man. So that must have been really tough training through that type of adversity. And for him to be able to pull out the win despite that is really impressive. It's very impressive. You saying that's why maybe he didn't perform as well as he did in the second fight, Raphael? You saying that may be the case? Because that does make sense as far as having a performance that's not as good as the second. That makes sense. That does make sense. That does make sense. But there are a lot of differences, though, from the third fight to the second fight. There are a lot of differences. To sum it up, man, I'm just going to say that this trilogy is just one to be remembered. It's one that's going to survive the test of time. And it's one that we're going to tell our children's children and our children's children's children, For sure, for sure. And if Fury and Wilder never fight again, I think that again, just like I said, it's gonna be a legendary fight. It's gonna be one that we all remember and we all enjoy and we'll all go back and watch. But for the record, I think there needs to be a fourth fight. I think there will. I think there needs to be. I don't think it's gonna happen at this particular point. I feel like Fury retires before anything like that. But I think there needs to be a fourth fight. I do. You know what I mean? And honestly, too, man. Another thing that I'll mention is I think both Wilder and Fury, and I said this a little earlier, like I said, I think they both kind of showed a lack of skills in their fights against each other. So it's going to be very interesting to see when they get in the ring against some of the other heavyweights in the division who have a higher level skill set or a higher level skill set, like a Jared Anderson and a Frank Sanchez, who we saw against Afia Jabba and Alexander Usyk. So it should be very interesting to see, you know, those dudes how they compete in the ring against some of those other top heavyweights, and let's see, you know, yeah, let's see how that goes. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, we're gonna go ahead and change the whole vibe. I done got my final thoughts out about Fury. Let me go ahead and drop the link in case anybody want to come through. Gonna go ahead and drop the link now. We're gonna talk about some of these fights that are coming up. So, in regards to some of these fights that are coming up, man, let's talk about the first fight, and that's coming up this week. That's gonna be Shakur Stevenson versus Jamel Herring. Yeah, we completely changing the vibe, man. We completely changing the vibe. Shakur Stevenson versus Jamel Herring is coming up this Saturday, man. I think that's probably going to be one of the, not probably, it's going to be one of the best fights of the year. I think it's going to be like a chess match. Both of these guys are boxing tacticians, boxing masters. Both of these guys are very skilled, and they're going to get in the ring and they're going to display the skills at the highest level of the sport. And this is a type of fight, man, I think that I enjoy the most between these two dudes because both of them are just really very, very skilled, like craftsmen. You know what I mean? So it's going to be very interesting to see these dudes in the ring square off. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to break down this fight, and then I'm going to give my predictions on this shit, right? Okay, so how I break down fights is I break down fights via attributes and things like that. And then I pretty much go over the matchup, the stylistic matchup, and then I give my thoughts on how I think the fight's going to go. So in regards to Shakur Stevenson, well, I break them down by attributes. So power, speed, technical ability, experience, and ring IQ. All right, so that's how I'm going to break it down right here. Andrew Ruiz said, they need a fourth fight, a fourth Fury versus Wilder fight. Absolutely. I agree with that, Andy Ruiz. I agree with that. They need a fourth fight. They do. I don't think that things are truly settled. I think that right now, I consider Fury won his first fight. This is the first fight that Fury has won. You know, I don't count the second fight, in my opinion. So because of that, I think that there needs to be a fourth fight. You know what I mean? That's how I'm looking at this shit. But back on point, man. In regards to Andy Ruiz, Andy Ruiz. In regards to Shakur Stevenson versus Jamel Herring, let's break that fight down. So when it comes to speed, man, I think that Jamel Herring is a little bit faster on his feet and faster with his hands than Shakur Stevenson. I think he's the faster guy. This is a very evenly matched fight, man. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a real good one because these dudes are pretty evenly matched when it comes to a lot of different little attributes. But I think some of the intangible things are what's going to make up the differences between the two fighters. And that's what we're going to see. That's what we're going to see happen. But I think Jamel Herring has the edge when it comes to feet speed and hand speed. I think he'll be able to utilize the ring a little bit better than Shakur Stevenson. When it comes to power, I think that Shakur Stevenson probably has slightly better power. I don't think any of them are very powerful when it comes to their punching power. But I give Shakur Stevenson a bit of an edge because to me he sits down on his punches a little bit more, and because of that, he should be able to hurt Jamel if he's able to catch him with 2 or 3 shots in between exchanges. So that's how I see that going. When it comes to technical ability, I also give that to Shakur Stevenson. I think Shakur Stevenson's a bit more technically sound. I think he does more things right than Jamel. Jamel tends to be a little bit unorthodox from time to time and be wild. And I think that Shakur Stevenson is a little bit more controlled in certain aspects as opposed to Jamel Herring. Also, when it comes to ring IQ, I also give that to Shakur Stevenson. I think Shakur is able to make the better adjustments. I think Shakur is able to make the adjustments in fight. And I think that because of that, that will also give him, I think he also has an edge. I've seen him do it more times. And then we got to also think about the fact that this dude's an Olympic silver medalist, if I'm not mistaken. Shakur Stevenson is. So that means that he has the ability to be able to fight different styles. And so he should be able to make the better adjustments in fight, and I think he has the ring IQ to be able to do that. My guy, Argenis Barber's in the building. What's going on with y'all, Argenis? What's going on with you, fam? I skipped the comment. Andy Ruiz Jr. says Tyson Fury will go down as the best heavyweight in history when it's all said and done. In history. So Andy Ruiz, we got to talk about that, man. And I actually kind of meant to touch on this a little bit too. Let's talk about that in a little bit. I'm going to finish my breakdown and prediction on this, and then we're going to go back to that because I think that that's a very important topic that you just touched on because I've heard that before. I've heard dudes say that Fury will be considered an all-time great, and I don't necessarily agree with that statement, but we're going to talk about that, Andrew Ruiz. Stay tuned for that for sure. Definitely want your opinion on that. Argenis Barber say, Fury put hands and feet on Wilder. Andy is smoking that flocker. Hey, Andy Argenis is gonna tell you what he feel, man. That's just how he get down, man. But yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that, Andy. And we're gonna talk about that. Go down as the best heavyweight in the history when it's all said and done. I think he can. I think he definitely has an opportunity to be considered an all-time great, but the best of all time, that's going to be very hard for him to make any type of argument for at this particular point in his career. He's at the end of his career, Andy. So we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about that, but let's get back to this breakdown. So when it comes to Jamel Herring, Shakur Stevenson, Jamel. So I gave the edge for speed to Jamel. Shakur has the edge in power. Shakur has the edge in ring IQ. Shakur has the edge when it comes to technical boxing ability. And definitely Jamel Herring has the edge when it comes to experience. I think Jamel Herring has the better resume. He's fought more credible oppositions. His career has been longer, so he's had an opportunity to get in the ring with guys that, he has had the opportunity to get in the ring with guys with some real boxing skills and just different kinds of looks. So I think that experience is definitely going to play a role as the fight progresses. But yeah, I mean, as far as the attribute breakdown, that's how I'm looking at it as of right now. As far as the fight going, I think the contrast and styles both of these guys are kind of slickish kind of boxers. I would say Herring is more slick as far as his approach, as far as his style, and Shakur Stevens is a little bit more straightforward. As far as what he does in the ring, you don't really see him moving around too much. You kind of usually see him fighting in pocket, fighting at mid range, that type of deal. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like this fight is gonna go with Jamel starting off the fight, moving around a little bit, attempting to be slick. But I think that ultimately he's not gonna. One thing about Shakur Stevenson, man, is I feel like he has the ability to be slick, but he chooses not to. It's almost as if he's found a more effective style than to be slick. But he knows how to fight guys who are slick. Shakur Stevenson's been in the ring with guys like Devin Haney, who to me is one of the slickest fighters out right now, and able to hold his own and even beat Devin Haney in sparring. I don't know if any of you dudes have ever seen that sparring footage, but Shakur was kind of beating Devin up in a little bit in that sparring. And Devin's a pretty slick guy. I don't see Jamel Herring being able to do anything better than what a Devin Haney would do. And Shakur was able to handle Devin Haney in that sparring when we had seen that sparring footage. So I feel like maybe Jamel Herring might be able to win a few rounds, but I feel like one thing about Shakur is and his timing and his boxing skills are to a level where he'll be able to make the necessary adjustments and be able to kind of start catching Jermell as the fight progresses. I feel like his ring IQ is that high. So ultimately, I feel like this fight is going to end with Stevenson winning a 12-round unanimous decision. You know, I see Herring winning a few rounds up front. Shakur Stevenson figuring him out, winning maybe round 3 all the way through round 8. Jamel maybe winning round 9 and maybe round 10, and then Shakur winning maybe round 11 and round 12. Ultimately, Shakur winning a 12-round unanimous decision and beating Herring and taking that WBO belt. That's how I see that fight going. Arjun's Barber say, no, sir, he ain't top 10. We're going to talk about that right now. Young Stevenson is a savage. Absolutely, man. He is, man. The dude is indeed a boxing master. I think you can kind of call him a master at this point. Just his level of composure when he's in the ring. He sees the punches. He sees where they're coming from. He's able to get a lock on the timing of the punches. He's able to make the necessary adjustments. And he does it so effortlessly and easily. Like, I don't think we've seen Shakur in a tough fight. Now, granted, he hasn't been in the ring with some of the competition that we would have liked to see him in the ring with. This is going to be a step up fight for Shakur. But I think ultimately Shakur is going to rise to the occasion. I don't think that Jamel's going to show Shakur anything that he hasn't seen before. And I think Shakur is going to be able to make the necessary adjustments in the time that he needs to do it. I think he's going to make it look easy for the most part. And he's going to be able to beat Jamel Herring and be able to cruise to 12-round unanimous decision. There's a chance that Shakur could stop him, but I don't really see that happening. Shakur is not really a guy who stops people. He usually just outboxes them. And that's kind of how I see this fight going. You know what I'm saying? Marianne G says, Herring at 5-1 seems really nice. Struggle to see how Herring can win on the cards, politics, and all that shit. But I see the same thing about Usyk. Yeah, I said the same thing about Usyk. Yeah, I mean, Shakur is definitely the guy who they're banking their future on, right? If you're top ranked, so I'm sure that if you're top ranked, you probably want Shakur to win. So yeah, I mean, the politics are probably going to be on Shakur's side, but I don't see the fight coming down to any politics. I think that Shakur is going to win this fight, fair and square. I think he's going to do what needs to be done in order to be able to cruise to a unanimous decision. You know what I'm saying? And I think he's going to completely just outbox and outclass Jamel Herring. I think Jamel Herring's going to have some success, but Shakur's ultimately going to be able to figure him out and outwit him and outthink him in the ring and make Jamel Herring think. And it's not going to end well for him. You know what I mean? As a result. I do like that Jamel Herring's now working with Bomac now, Terrence Crawford's trainer. So he's maybe adding a few little wrinkles. But ultimately, I think it's going to come down to who can outthink who. Because this is going to be a chess match. None of these dudes are knockout artists. None of these dudes are boxer punchers. None of these dudes are guys who are going to come forward, cut the ring off, throw punches and bunches. None of these dudes are those kind of dudes. For the most part, these dudes are both slick dudes. So when you have two slick fighters jumping in the ring versus each other. It just comes down to who's more slick, who has the better boxing skills. And ultimately, Shakur Stevenson, in my eyes, has the better boxing skills than Jamel Herring. He's gonna be able to win that fight on the cards. You know, he's gonna be able to make the necessary adjustments to be able to beat Jamel Herring. He's gonna be able to outthink Jamel Herring in the ring. And that's generally how I see that fight going. You know, that's generally how I see that fight going. But what y'all think, man? Who y'all got in that fight, man? Who y'all got, Shakur Stevenson or Jamel Herring? Who y'all got winning that fight? Who y'all got winning that one? Who y'all got winning that one? Argenis Barber, I know Argenis Barber probably got Shakur Stevenson. I probably ain't got to ask him. Andrew Ruiz, who you got winning that fight if he's still in the building? Shakur Stevenson or Jamel Herring? Who you got winning that? Now, while you think about that right now, right? While you think about that, Rafael Vasquez says Stevenson has too many tools. Absolutely, man. Stevenson has too many tools. He does, man. He has the tools, and then he knows how to use them. He knows how to use them. You know what I mean? Excuse me. He knows how to use those tools, you know, effectively and efficiently. And he knows when to use them. That's the most important part. He knows when to use them. Okay, my guy, Argenis Barber's in the building. What's going on with you, fam? Come through. Come through.
Hey, my guy.
What's going on with you, fam?
Not much. I caught you a little late. You know, I wanted to catch you when you talking about Wilder versus Fury, but I caught you when you talking about Stevenson. You know.
Well, we can go back there, man. You want to talk about Wilder Fury? Go ahead, get your thoughts on
that. Yeah, we can, but I want to stick to what you were talking about. Herring and Stevenson.
Okay.
Now, I got Stevenson like you figured. I got Stevenson. I got Shakur. But quick question: do you think this is gonna be like because this is a step up in competition for him? Do you think this is like a setup to get him to fight Gary Russell Jr.? Possibly.
I don't know if I'm gonna say it's a setup, you know, but it's definitely a step up fight. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a way where they could build up a Gary Russell versus Stevenson fight. But you know, when it comes to Gary Russell, man, I just feel like his career is just hella unpredictable, and we just don't know, you know, because we done already seen Devin step to him and try to make the fight happen, and we done seen shit go left with what's the name, Gary Russell. So, you know, I mean, but it would definitely make the fight bigger. That's for sure.
I want to see him fight because I don't know who else Gary gonna fight.
I don't know what Gary. I thought he was supposed to fight the dude. What's that dude's name, man? He about to fight this weekend. Well, not this weekend.
I can't even call him a bum. He fight for a living. Some guy that's not on his level. How about that?
yeah, but that fight clearly ain't happening. So I mean, we still don't got no announcement for no Gary Russell fight. When the last time he even fought?
I think it was a couple months ago.
Couple months ago?
Yeah.
Shit.
I mean, I was just sitting here thinking about it when you were talking. I was like, damn, when did he fight?
You got me about to check this out because I gotta see. Gary Russell Jr.
Because, like you said, it's a step up for Shakur. You know, he should win. I ain't saying like Herring's a bum or nothing, but Shakur still should win. And I don't know who Shakur gonna fight after Herring. You can only go up.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for him. Nah, man, Gary Russell ain't fight since 2020.
Oh, my fault.
He fought February of 2020.
Oh, wow.
And he fought some dude named Tugatsu Nayahabayaha. He was 11-0.
And got a title shot like Lomachenko.
For real.
Well, Lomo got one the first time up, but hey, I mean,
Gary Russell, man.
That's one thing. I don't know.
This dude.
I was rocking with him at one point in time. I was like, oh, Gary Russell going in on everybody.
Yeah.
But then, you know, I'm like, come on, man. We can only talk so long.
right? Before you just get fed up. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
exactly
like,
what it is.
okay, you gangster, you do this, you say I smack you, shout it. You don't want this, youngin. You okay, but who you gonna put them hands on though?
Yeah.
And like you said, it's been almost 2 years.
But we're going into 2022, man. This dude ain't fought since the beginning of 2020.
And he can fight. But
and he fought a dude that was 11-0.
Did he actually want to fight Tank? He was talking like he wanted to fight Tank, but did he really want to fight Tank? I'm just saying. I just when dudes start doing stuff like this, I go back and question everything. Like, did you really want that? Did you?
I feel like he did, but I feel like Gary's one of those dudes, kind of like what Thurman doing right now, where they just trying to hold out for the best possible fight that they can get, you know, and they're not trying to fight nobody until they get that fight that they want, you know, and they're not taking nothing else, you know.
Had it with Thurman.
He ain't in the ring, inactive.
Hey, he did get that Pacquiao money, but you know,
inactive. You know what I'm saying? That was about 3 years ago, wasn't it?
Hey, I'm just saying. That's not a good plan, my guy.
Andrew Ruiz says Fury got more power than any other heavyweight. Whoa.
Stop it.
Whoa. He proved it by knocking Wilder out, who's considered the strongest knockout artist. Fury did a lot outside of the ring to raise awareness on mental illness.
This is about boxing, not about mental illness, my guy. That's a good thing, though. But Wilder's known as a knockout artist, not as having an iron chin. How many knockouts Tyson Fury got? So let's stop the cap. He can fight. He put hands and feet on Wilder. I was disappointed. He put hands and feet on that dude. I was like, man.
Yeah. But hold on. But when you say he got more power than any other heavyweight, if he had that much power, he would have knocked Wilder out way earlier.
First fight would have been a wrap.
Way earlier in that fight. And that second fight, he would have put Wilder on his ass.
Yes.
Long time ago. And Wilder,
that
fight ended on his feet. So yeah, no, we can't say he got more power than any other heavyweight. I mean, you could probably, the only thing you could really say about Fury, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this because I'm trying to hate on him or nothing like that. I'm saying this like, this is what it is. Fury is a guy who, for his size, a 6'9" guy, almost 300 pounds, he's a guy that has some boxing ability, which most guys who you see.
He got boxing. It look weird because he big. He look goofy because he big and lanky.
You think that's why?
I mean, that's why it looks so weird. Because when I watch him fight, I'm like, he don't look that good, but he that good. It's just he just so, like you said, 6'9", 300 pounds. He not gonna look like Floyd doing it, or I ain't saying he don't got skill level Floyd. He ain't gonna look like somebody real skillful doing it because he's so long and lanky. That's he doing it.
I mean, he do some things, you know what I'm saying? Like he has some skills, and I was talking about this a little earlier. He has some skills, but I wouldn't consider him skillful. Like I wouldn't consider him like I wouldn't consider him like a skilled like boxer. Like I don't think he beat Wilder because of his skills. He beat Wilder because, to me, in my mind, he outlasted Wilder. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see the punch stats? Did you see the punch stats? He doubled them up.
Nah, the punch stats would look crazy as hell, man. Because even the first 2 rounds where he didn't even touch Wilder, right? They had him up on those punch stats. I don't know about them punch stats. Some things look hella set up to me. But as far as skills go, like I can't really put his skills at that high. I don't give him really high marks.
Who got more skill than him in the heavyweight division though? That's what I'm saying. I'm just going by his contemporaries where we got right now. He didn't took the hardest hitting dude in the division and put hands and feet on this dude not once, twice. And to Fury fans, he did it 3 times. Because they say the first fight, Fury whooped his ass. So, I mean, Fury was whooping his ass, but Wilder put him on the ground twice in the first fight. So I was like, But the second fight, I was like, maybe he did. Wilder said he got something in his glove. I was like, maybe he do have something in his glove. I mean, that dude had me fooled. Do you hear me? Fury's hitting that boy so hard. He said something, got something in his glove. Yeah, he got a fist. We get him off. I'm gonna wear the same glove as Fury. And
that was another thing too, man. And I talked about that too in my like pre-thoughts video, I was talking about how he gonna put the same gloves that Fury got on, but it's like, bro, your hand's not really built for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the thing about them gloves is they don't give you the same protection on your hands. And I think they ended up hurting Wilder too at the end of the day, because if you hurt your hand, now you can't really throw your right hand with the same level of precision and power as you could earlier on in the fight. So now your right hand is less effective. Now it was more effective earlier on in the fight before he hurt it, but once you hurt it later on in the fight and it goes later on in the fight, then you know you had a disadvantage. And that was another thing that worked out that didn't work in Wilder's favor. You know what I'm saying? But to talk about what you're talking about when it comes to the skills, most boxers in the heavyweight division are able to outbox Wilder. You know what I'm saying? That ain't really how Wilder win his fights, you know? So Wilder win his fights by knocking dudes out. If you look at Luis Ortiz, he was losing that fight and then knocked out Ortiz. If you look at most of his fights,
Fury did. That's what I'm saying. Did Ortiz do what Fury did?
He didn't knock Wilder out. That was the only thing different. That was the only thing different.
I think Ortiz hit harder than Fury.
And Ortiz couldn't handle the right hand like Fury could.
That takes skill, don't it? Don't it take skill?
To have a chin? No.
To have a chin. He couldn't hit him with it. He couldn't hit Fury. If Wilder hit you with that right hand, it's over with. Fury was not getting hit with the right hand.
He got hit with it. How you think he got put out? How you think he got put out in that fourth round? He got caught with that right hand flush.
Okay, and what happened after that?
He got back up and whooped his ass. I mean, you know what I mean?
What was that right hand? And that right hand still was in the fight, don't it? Wasn't it?
It was in a fight. He didn't get hit with the right hand as much as he could have, but he still got hit with that right hand. He
like
got
I said,
caught with
you gonna get hit. You're gonna get hit. I'm saying you're gonna get hit, but I'm saying he had enough skill to neutralize that right hand to where it wasn't as effective as it normally is. Because while they get you with that right hand, it's over. It's over. Even if you get up, it's over.
He did, but every heavyweight got an ability to do that to some degree. But what happens when you get hit by it? And the thing that separated Fury from everybody else is he was able to actually take it when he did get hit by that right hand flush. Even though it put him down, he was able to get back up. You know what I'm saying? And he was able to take it well because all that extra weight and everything that he had put on to be able to absorb that power.
He knew all I gotta do is get up. If I get up, I'm gonna put hands and feet on this dude. If I get up, he tired. I'm gonna put hands and feet on this dude. That's what he said.
That's what he said. He said that. Let me read some of these comments, man. Andy Ruiz say Shakur Stevenson for sure. Okay, so Andy going for Shakur Stevenson. Yeah, man. I think just to go back to that conversation real quick, I think Shakur is just too skilled, too talented. Yeah, he's gonna be able to do more than Jamel Herring can keep up with. Marianne says, gotta agree, man. Shakur points seem like the easiest bet to pick. Yeah, man. Yeah, he definitely the easy bet. Marianne says he can fight, he just doesn't wanna. Yeah. Talking about Wilder, Marianne?
Nah, I ain't talking about Wilder.
Who you talking about?
Wilder don't want to fight no more because Fury put hands and feet on that dude.
Oh, Lord, man. Who you talking about, Marianne?
Hey, and have you seen this? Somebody posted that Wilder wasn't in his prime. I was like, hold on, time out. We're going to stop the count. We're going to stop the count.
You ain't going to catch that over here, man. Ain't no he wasn't in his prime, man.
And I thought Wilder was going to win. I was like, Wilder finna do something to this dude. Hey, it is what it is.
It happens to the best of us, right?
Hey.
It happens to the best of them. Raphael says Wilder put Tyson's lights out. No one ever got up from Wilder's right hand sub Fury. Absolutely. Man. Usually when people get knocked out, they don't get back up.
Even if you get up, it's over.
And to me, that's the thing that separated Fury the most from Wilder's previous opponents. Because if you look at most of Wilder's previous opponents, they were all able to outbox him. They were all able to like land punches on him. They were all able to like hurt him to some degree. But nobody was ever able to take that right hand as well as Fury was able to take it and get back up from it. So to me, that was a big difference. Marianne G says Gary Russell, LOL. Man, Gary, I can't believe you said Gary Russell.
We're not gonna talk about Shawty. I like Gary though, but
Come
man,
on, shout it. Come on, Slim.
yeah, I'm
Come
a
on,
smack
Slim.
Slim. He don't want none. I
You
was
ain't
like,
come
man,
through
this
here.
dude. I gave the new. No, Gary. No. Devin Haney
Man,
said, "What's up?" No.
yeah. No,
None.
I start stuttering real quick, man.
Yeah, but you're
Gary
gonna go up to
time,
fight Bud Crawford at 147, bro. Stop it,
man. Come on, man. Get up out of here.
Bud. I'll break your neck, man.
What did it say? Dickie Two Guns. Okay. Your name a little pause worthy. What's going on with you, fam? Welcome in. He says, "What's happening, boss? What's happening, boss? Angela's, Cali, all up in you. Okay, come on through, cuz. Yeah, man. Yeah. Shout out.
Women, weed, and weather, huh? I'm jealous. I ain't gonna lie, I'm jealous.
Come on,
2
now,
guns.
Shout out to my LA dudes out there, man. Shout out to y'all, man. We up in this thing talking some boxing. Yeah, Jen, I hear a little echo on your end. What's going on?
Hold up. Let me see. I should have 9. Hold up. I don't know. It might have been my phone. I don't know.
All good. Well, we got some other fights to talk about. You know what I'm saying? We got some other fights to talk about. We got a fight that you clowned the other day. It was a while ago, but we're gonna have to mention it, real short, because I feel like we had somebody that mentioned it early on in the comment section. So we're gonna talk about it again. I wasn't gonna talk about it, honestly.
You see that dude eye? You see his eye? I already know who you talking about. You ain't even have to mention it. I already know what you're talking. You see his eye still. You still see his eye, right? You can still see the cut. Come on, stop it, bro. Stop it. That man better have an Esley cut man. Well, he might not need the cut man. Cinnamon gonna put that boy out. Do you hear me? Out.
Oh Lord.
Hey.
Who you guys got in your pound for pound top 3? Who you got in your pound for pound top 3 right now, Janice?
I mean, of course I got T Bud. That's my guy. Then I gotta put Cinnamon up in there. Canelo Alvarez. I mean, number 3. I want to rock with what's Inoue? What's the little Japanese guy?
Yeah, I think Inoue.
I want to make sure I'm pronouncing his name right, because I want him looking for me, because look.
Yeah,
he's something serious.
That's a tough.
Too bad he can't go up too much higher, but he's something serious.
That's a tough guy, man.
Yes,
okay, we got another guest in the building, Raphael Velasco. What's going on, man? Come on through to the stream, man. What's going on, Raphael? Welcome to the show.
What's up, guys?
What's going on?
Yo, I've been listening to you guys for the last hour. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna join.
Oh yeah, man. Always welcome, man. So yeah, man. What's your thought? What are your thoughts on everything, man? Well, you got the floor. What you got?
And who? What fight we talking about?
Well, originally we were talking about Wilder Fury, but I mean, whatever you want to talk about, man. We were just talking about Caleb Plant and Canelo, whatever. Just go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think that Wilder Fury, I think that's dead already. It's done. I mean, you can what's gonna happen. It's if he can take that, he got up like the Undertaker that first fight. I think
yes, he did.
Wilder.
Yes, he did.
I think that messed with Wilder. I think he's like, holy shit, this motherfucker got up. And like you guys were mentioning, the only way he can win is by knockout. I mean, he ain't no boxer, so that's the way it is.
Yeah, it's a tough fight.
But there's a lot of good fights there in the heavyweight. I mean, I'd like to see Usyk versus Fury.
Usyk Fury. How do you think that fight?
I mean, that's the only one in heavyweight I want to see. I mean, who else gonna beat Fury?
Break it down for me, y'all.
Joshua.
How do you see that fight going?
Negatory, sir.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. I don't think that that's laughable per se. Because here's the thing, right? Tyson Fury's strategy going in there with Wilder, right, was to put him on his back foot, right, and be aggressive and come forward. He can't really do that against Anthony Joshua, because Anthony Joshua can fight on his back foot. So he has to come in with a whole different game plan versus AJ than he did against Wilder. So that's the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing is you know, AJ's probably just as big as Fury.
Mhm.
I think it's just a completely different fight altogether, you know.
Mhm.
So I don't think it's something where Fury just completely whitewashes AJ or anything like that.
I'm not saying he whitewashes him. I'm just saying that, yeah, Fury will beat Joshua. I think he'll beat Joshua.
What do you think about that, Raphael?
I think it'd be a great fight for the UK. I think it'd be a huge event for Europe in general.
Ooh, party time.
I think what they should have done is they should have done that before they did the Wilder fight, almost, because I think Fury would have beat Joshua, and then you could have had the big Fury Wilder clash in the US, you know, and bring all those Joshua fans to watch that fight. I mean, I was hearing you mention that last third fight only made like 650 buys. That's pretty sad. That was a great fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sad.
That was a great
I
fight.
wish that would have done better, you know, because when fights like that they underperform, it's like saying to the fighters, like, why risk going into the ring with top competition if I'm only gonna, you know, make this much, you know. So I think I just, as fans, I just feel like we want to incentivize the fighters as much as possible to get into the ring versus top quality competition. So I'm a little sad that that only did 600,000 pay-per-view buys, you know.
Here, I wanted to touch on another subject. You know who really damaged that was Floyd. His perfect record. Everybody was protecting the O. Now you're trash if you have a loss. That's not cool. I mean, what other sport doesn't have a loss? I mean, it's troubles and tribulations like Joshua, you know. I don't think he's the best heavyweight, but he gets a lot of love because he takes it on the chin. He takes it on the chin, and he wants to improve. I mean, he's been in the U.S., looking at other camps. You know, you have to give love to the dude that gets beat down, makes no excuses, comes back, and tries to hit it again. You know what I'm saying? Everybody loves that. Everybody loves the Rocky story. You know?
Yeah. I mean, Ali went undefeated. Mike Tyson went undefeated. Roy Jones went undefeated. James Tony. I can keep going. There's a lot of legends and greats that were never undefeated. I mean, these dudes now, they just trying to do the floor. They just trying to do the floor model because they think they're gonna get floor results, and it ain't working.
Paper, yeah, right. And then as true boxing fans, because I feel like the three of us are for sure true boxing fans. We need to change that almost, because the casuals, they're like, he don't have a O, he's trash. You know what I'm saying? And so you have a lot of these. Here's a guy they're protecting that should be in there with top level competition, because we have a lot of great fighters in those divisions. Is Tank Davis. Tank Davis should be in there with Teofimo. He should be in there. He should be in there with all those great fighters. You know what I'm saying? So we can see who the best fighter is of this generation. Just like Hearn, Hagler, and Sugar. You know, they figured out through great fights who was the best.
Absolutely, I agree with that. I feel like fighters are starting to kind of learn their lesson though. Like now, like look at Mikey Garcia and his cherry pick that just kind of went wrong, right? He just fought this dude and ended up losing bad, right?
Mike Garcia is not good outside of 30, 35 though.
Yeah, but you know, I think just in general, like we're seeing these dudes, they have the opportunity to fight in these big fights, but they're choosing to fight lower level opposition. But it's like in reality, you're fighting lower level opposition, but you could still lose. And then if you lose to them, it's like it's even worse now. Everybody looking at you sideways now because now you lost to this guy's nobody's ever heard of. Right. And you know, it's just bad. It's like a lose-lose situation. So even the safe fights aren't safe. So it's like if you're a top guy, like why not go in the ring against some people that fans want to see you fight? Because the alternative is fighting the cherry, and the cherry end up beating you, and you just look even worse. And you make way less money, you know, and you get way less notoriety. And if you beat the guy, you still don't even really get full credit for it. It's like,
but maybe they do that because they know they fight equal competition or top level competition, they're gonna get whooped. Maybe that's why they cherry pick. Some of them do that because they. I mean, I'm not gonna say anybody's scared because if you fight for a living, I mean, you gotta be a different type of animal to fight for a living. I mean, people get into fights in the street, but I'm talking about you fight for a living to eat. So you a whole different type of beast. I don't want to. That's why I stopped calling dudes bums, because I don't want to run up on them on the street, because I know they probably would be able to handle me.
Right.
But I'm just saying,
yeah.
some of those guys know who not to approach or who not to try to fight, because if I fight this dude, it could end very, very bad. So let me go ahead and cherry pick, even if I lose. If I fought this dude, it might have been way worse.
Well, I mean, I'd rather lose to a top level guy than lose to a dude nobody ever heard of. It really hurts your credibility when you lose to a guy like that.
True.
And then this guy, what's his name, Martin something, if he comes in his next fight and he fights somebody credible and just gets dominated, now that's really gonna make Mike Garcia look bad now, because yeah, go ahead.
Props to those judges in California, Mikey's backyard, and gave the right decision. That's props to boxing in general and those judges over there.
I didn't see it. I need to go back and see that.
The right man won that fight. That was easy to score. The right man won.
Yeah, it's good that they didn't rob him. You know what I'm saying? But that would have been a nasty robbery though, because that guy Martin dominated Mikey for it. That would have been hard to even rob him like in that fight. That would have been difficult.
Yeah.
Don't tell me he busted Earl Spence on Mikey Garcia.
Man, this dude dominated Mikey Garcia for 12 rounds. Man, it was nasty.
And they said that he was running around. He was scoring. He was moving around, but he was scoring.
Yeah.
He got outbeat.
Even
go ahead.
I was gonna say even Jermell Charlo with this last dude that he just fought. What's the guy's name?
Castillo or something.
We already talked about Jermell Charlo.
I think he lost that fight, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it was close.
It was a real close fight. You get in there and you struggle with this guy, and now
it was shot when he didn't want to go back with Tony Harrison for do the trilogy just to get it out the way.
We talking about Jamal.
Oh, not Jamal. I thought you were talking about Jermell.
Castano's a credible guy, but Jamal, he's the one that fought like a cherry pick. He fought. Yeah, and he struggled against that dude.
I already told you how I feel about Jamal. I mean, I thought that was my guy, but then the competition, I was like, look, bro, I can't rock with you no more. I can't.
Getting back to the changing the culture, it really starts with the aficionados and except like Haney, how he got rocked the last fight and everybody said he got exposed. Who hasn't gotten rocked? Let's be serious. He just went through some troubles. That doesn't make him a shit fighter. If he goes up against Teofimo and he loses to Teofimo, that doesn't end his career, and that's what a lot of people, I feel, they don't want to get in there because everybody say he's done. Everybody can come back from a loss. I mean, that's part of life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see what Wilder's going through now. People telling Wilder to retire. That it's crazy out there.
Retire for what?
Yeah, exactly.
You just lost to Tyson Fury. A lot of dudes gonna lose to Tyson Fury. I mean,
sorry to cut you off here, just because I wanted to jump on here because this is the reason why I jumped on the stream. Fury has his number, but I think a lot of it's like that 4-mile run, right? The first guy that's able to take Wilder's punch, I think from here on out, there's going to be a lot more people that are going to be able to take Wilder's punch, which means he doesn't have a chance to win, really.
Because you say it's over?
No, I think he has I think he knocks Joshua out, to be honest with you. I just think that there's a certain type of fighter that can play on the inside because he's that long rangey dude. So at distance, he's got power. If he's able to step back and wind up with that right, he's gonna knock you out. But if you play the right fight, I think Usyk can give him a good fight that can fight him. I know you guys are probably gonna laugh, but I think Andy Ruiz with the hand speed has a chance to give him some trouble. I'm not saying he doesn't get knocked out, and he probably gets knocked out, but I think there's a lot of fights out there with the right style that can give Wilder a hell of a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I also I feel like that's the thing about Wilder is if you look at his career, he's typically in the ring with people that are better boxers than him. So just like you mentioned, Andy Ruiz, I think Andy Ruiz definitely gives him trouble, punches and bunches. If Andy Ruiz doesn't knock Wilder out or doesn't win on points, like he's winning, like Andy Ruiz has a better shot of beating Wilder than Wilder has to beating Andy Ruiz. The problem is that once Wilder catches you, are you gonna be able to take that shot? And I think we've seen Andy Ruiz hurt a few times in different fights by guys who can't hit nowhere near as hard as Wilder. So I think they have a hard time in the fight with Wilder. Yeah.
Tiger
Right.
uppercut. Hey, I'm just saying. I don't
Right.
know, Andy. It sounds good. It might be a good fight, but if he get hit with that Tiger uppercut, hey, I don't know.
That's a good tune-up fight for Wilder. Warm him up.
Yeah, no, he needs to get in the ring with these guys. And I was saying that earlier, like these guys have kind of, if you think about this trilogy, like these guys have kind of been doing this little dance for the last 3-4 years. So yeah, let's see him in the ring against some of the other guys in the division. They might not be the top guys anymore. You know, last time we knew that they were the top guys was 4 years ago. You know, when all this Fury Wilder stuff started. So since then, the heavyweight division has been moving. We've been seeing Dylan White. We've been seeing all these other guys mix it up. I'm just saying, like, guys in the division have been mixing it up. I'm not saying
True. Okay, mixing it up.
You know,
I thought you said moving up.
no. Oh yeah, no.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
So we've been seeing these dudes mix it up, and you know, and we don't know if these guys are still the top guys in the division. We need to see them in there with some of these other guys. So I'm definitely for it, you know, making some of these other fights happen in the division, you know, and I think it'd be very interesting, you know, to see what happens. I was talking about this early in the stream, man. Watching heavyweights kind of makes me cringe a little bit because the lack of skills that they have, you know. So seeing them in the ring with some of the other guys like Frank Sanchez. Did you guys see Frank Sanchez in there versus F.A. Jagbe? Did you see that fight, Janice and Rafael?
Yeah, I saw it. He got skills.
He has a lot of skills. Like I would be curious to see how he would do in a fight with a Wilder or Fury. And then of course Usyk and some of the other guys who just have like they're just fundamentally better, you know, than these big heavyweights that have been on top of the division for a while. So I'm interested to see these fights happen. I'm ready for them.
I mean, who else is Wilder gonna fight though? He has to fight those other guys.
Yeah,
I mean, because he's not gonna fight Fury again no time soon. I mean, Usyk's not gonna fight him. I mean, so who else is gonna fight? He got to call out the Dillian Whites, the AJs, the and Ruizes. He got to get them dudes out the way so he can get another crack at the apple. That's if he want another crack at the apple. I don't know. Do you think he want another crack? I don't know. He should, but that don't mean he does.
This shouldn't be the end of his career. He had such. I mean, he's gonna go down as probably the greatest KO artist ever, even probably on top of Mike Tyson, just based on his record. It'd be sad for him to go like this. You know what I'm saying? He still has a couple fights in him, and I think he beats 95% of the heavyweight division.
Yeah.
Menace Society says, I want a fourth fight for an ultimate end. I agree with you, Menace.
I don't want to see it.
I don't want to see it.
Because it's gonna be the same thing as the last fight.
Yo, Wilder ain't never gonna be the same after the third fight. He ain't gonna be the same.
I think it's gonna be the same. Well, they both took a lot of punishment in that fight.
Yeah, he took a lot. But in his head, he like this dude took all I had, everything I had, and it still put me out. He put me out. I gave my best. I gave my all, and then some. And this dude still put me on my face.
But everybody would love him, just like they do. They wonder why the U.S. doesn't embrace Wilder and why Joshua is embraced by the U.K. Joshua's attitude is different. He takes it on the chin, and everybody, including me, I'm a AJ fan. I don't think he's the best heavyweight, but I'm a huge AJ fan. Just the way he carries himself and the way he interacts with the fans and how he acts as a champion and most importantly how he acts when he loses, because that shows true character. When you're down in the dirt, what comes out of your mouth matters.
True, but in the US, it's a lot of haters in the US. So, a lot of people not gonna like the same boxer. Some people might say, I like this dude, another dude might hear you be like, I don't like him just because you like him. I'm like, that's why Wilder wasn't probably as big as Joshua.
It's
because, like I said, in the US, we got a lot of haters out here.
It's the excuses. He had like 17 different excuses. He should have chose one good one.
No, it's the haters out here. Everybody didn't like Floyd. You can name any fighter in America. it's some haters against that person. I'm just saying. It's
So
well, remember prior to the Fury fight, Wilder just didn't get the same level of reception AJ got just prior to that. You know, that whole thing. Like AJ was always the UK sweetheart. Maybe it was because of the Olympics. Maybe you could say something like that. But he was just always looked at differently. Always looked at as like a clean kind of like darling sweetheart of people over there in the UK. And Wilder was just never looked at like that over here.
Wilder, how dare you talk to him?
Yeah.
Get away, Wilder. How dare you talk to him? Man, damn.
Oh, goodness gracious. Marianne G says Sam Langford, Harry Greb, Sugar Wade, Joe Lewis, Duran, Hagler, Johnson, Pac-Man, Bob Frazier, Pep, Ali, Elect. Every great fighter has a fight. Every great fighter has ever fought has taken a loss. Absolutely.
Yes.
It's a part of it, man. Can't win them all. If you win them all, you ain't fighting them all.
Who wants
It was
to
a
play game
blockbuster,
that you
Menace.
keep beating everybody in, and that's no fun.
Yeah.
There's no fun if there's no challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Wilder versus AJ is a blockbuster. That's what Menace Society says.
Past tense was.
Yeah.
Was. I call those the two biggest. I don't want to say losers because they millionaires. The two biggest, the two most unintelligent guys in the heavyweight division, Wilder and Joshua. You know how much money that fight could have made? I'm just saying. Both of y'all undefeated, could have fought for everything. Now both of y'all got hands and feet put on y'all twice. So
that fight could have been so big. And this is another example of when cherry picking gone wrong. Because, you know, we don't want to admit it, you know, and this is kind of like a cold, hard, like kind of truth. But Wilder kind of cherry picked Fury. When he picked Fury up out of there, Fury had been inactive. Fury was going through mental health things. Fury had all kind of things going on. And Wilder was like, I want to fight you. Hold on, but wait. You know, like, but I get what was going on with AJ. Like, that fight was just very difficult to make. But it's like both of them, though, at the same time,
that's
like more so AJ. To me, I put more blame on him. It's like you're trying to marinate these fights and you're trying to wait them out, and it's like, yo, these are the big fights, and now you get in the ring with Andy Ruiz, who was supposed to be a cherry pick, right? Gone wrong, you know. So
I think that didn't get made because of the feud between Hearn and the Godfather. What's his name?
Al Heyman.
Al Heyman, yeah. I think they disliked each other, and they didn't want to share the ring, I guess.
Well, you know, I always my philosophy is gonna stay the same when it comes to those type of things, right? I always say this, and I'm gonna continue to say this: if the fighters want to fight, the fight will happen, and we've seen this over and over again. You know, where guys, you know, where even guys that are on the quote unquote same side of the street, right, with Keith Thurman and Errol Spence, and how that fight can't happen because one fighter doesn't want to fight the other fighter. You know, but then at the same time, we can make these cross-promotional fights happen when both fighters want to make it happen. Like Sean Porter and Terrence Crawford, they both wanted to make it happen, so we made it happen.
You sure?
Despite the red tape, and yeah, it took some doing, but we were.
Sure they both want to happen. You sure they both wanted to happen?
I mean, I think Sean want to get paid. I think he's trying to cash out. Beat up. Right, he gonna get beat up, but I think he wants to get paid. But he for one reason or another, he wants the fight, at least right now. So the fight is happening. So when people say, well, you know, Eddie Hearn or Al Heyman, I think these guys, for the most part, are going to support their fighter if they really want to make the fights happen, you know. So one of them, at different points in period, I think, did not want to fight each other. I think once Wilder saw that opportunity with Fury, he no longer was open to an AJ fight because he was like, I got somebody who has a belt, who's undefeated, who I could also make a big fight with. And I could make a fight with this guy, right? Really? They ended up backfiring. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying that was a stupid idea.
It was
made a bigger fight with AJ.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
In retrospect, but they did pretty well. I mean,
I know they did pretty well, but still, with your pretty well was not what you would have did with AJ. That's a fact. So I mean, he was what I think he was doing. It was a pissing contest after a while. Yeah. Okay, y'all want to fight me? Let me fight this dude. I can make money over here. I can do this. That.
Yeah.
No, let's get this money. Floyd took 20% for Oscar De La Hoya. So these dudes need to cut it out. Cut it the bleep out. I'm trying not to curse. But yeah, cut it out. Stop the cap.
Yeah.
He wants more than me. I'm A-side. Okay, you want to fight him? Do what you gotta do. Get in the ring. Put them hands on him. And then once you take care of your business, then you can be A-side. Then you can dictate terms. I mean, if I was a fighter, they'll maybe want to whoop you more. Oh, you A-side? You want okay, I give you everything you want.
Yeah,
I
that's
give you everything
exactly
you
what I
want.
would do. Yeah.
So I can put hands on you. And then after I put hands on you, I'm asking, do you want a rematch? So I can do it again.
But
I don't
that's
know.
how torches get handed by going in somebody's backyard and taking it from them.
Yeah.
That A-side stuff is tough though, because sometimes they put a lot of those provisions, like you got to wear certain gloves and you can't rehydrate, and
It's part of the game.
you got to get a small ring, and all that stuff, man.
It's part of the game.
It is. It
I mean,
is.
you can't rehydrate. I mean, okay.
It's part of the game.
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
It's what's different about boxing than any other any other sport is that it's mano a mano. It's two dudes and anything really goes. Whatever they agree upon is what happens. And like in every negotiation, you make everything towards your advantage as much as you can possibly get towards your advantage. And that's true for pretty much every A-side that's been around for the last 15-20 years.
True. I'm just saying, if you want to get like, I'll take Kovalev as a prime example. Even though Kovalev was washed up when he fought Canelo, he said, it's whatever. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I want to get in a ring with you. Whether it's for him to get paid or he thought he was going to beat Canelo. Either way, I'll do whatever you need me to do just so I can get in a ring with you.
He was there for the paycheck. That guy was
he was there for the paycheck. But I'm just saying, if you want to fight somebody, I mean, you're going, okay, what you want? I got you. I need to get in a ring with you.
Yeah, I thought he gave him a good fight, too. I actually had him ahead in that fight.
I don't know about having him ahead, but I was surprised he gave him such a good fight.
He gave him a really good fight.
I thought Canelo was just going to wipe the floor with him. I'm not lying. I thought Canelo was just I heard the fight. I was like, oh, Canelo finna smash this dude. Oh my god, what is this?
He's a crusher, man. He's a crusher. He should have been sitting. You should have been sitting on that jab. That's what he should have done. He should have stopped him in his tracks. He's a little short guy.
I mean, but send him an A. Love him or hate him, send him an A.
yeah. Easier said than done. But I mean,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Triple G tried it.
Triple G, I think, beat him the first one. I think he lost that first one.
I agree. But, it's sentiment.
Not to change it, but, if you guys wanted to talk about the Canelo Plant, that's why Plant ain't winning. Because Plant's got to knock him out. He ain't knocking him out.
Plant not going to knock him out for one. He don't have power like that. And two, did you see his eye? Canelo slapped him, and his eye just cut. And you see his eye still cut right now. And people actually talking about this fight like it's they might as well put me in the ring with Canelo. Put me in the ring with Canelo. I'm 150 pounds. Put me in the ring with Canelo. It's gonna be the same result if you put Caleb Plant in the ring with Canelo. I'll take the ass whooping for those millions.
Let's talk about something real quick. You guys think it's a coincidence that there was nobody between them, and instead of throwing fists, they slap each other?
You feel like that was set up?
I mean, it's WWE, but still, you get slapped and your eye get cut like that. Come on now. Even if it was scripted, even if it's WWE, he slapped. He gonna punch him. Even with gloves, he gonna punch him. But he smacked you, and you cut.
I hate to tell this to all the Caleb lovers, but he don't stand a chance because he might.
Canelo knows that.
Yo, check this out. He might be able to outbox him, but they ain't never gonna give it to him. They will never kill the golden goose. They will never kill that. That's like Floyd when he ran Vegas. No decision was going up against Floyd. He knew all the judges. He knew everything.
True, but Floyd was putting hands and feet on people though. Still,
he messed up a lot of people. Yeah, but he had some questionable.
Yeah, he got one. He had one. Castillo. No, hold on. Who was that? Castillo.
Yeah, you probably talking about Castillo. Maybe my Donald
the one, but and all his other ones, it was. I mean,
you could say he won his other ones pretty clearly for the most part. Menace Society says, just imagine this card in May of 22, Fury versus Usyk.
What do you got?
I didn't think Usyk was gonna beat Joshua, so I don't know.
I talked about this last week. You gonna make your pick, Argenis, or you want me to go on ahead?
Go ahead, do you? I don't know.
You don't know. When I think about this fight, I always go back and forth because if you think about it, Fury is way bigger, way stronger, and he should be able to use his size to be able to win, right? If he does a little bit of what Klitschko does and then do a little bit of what he did against Wilder and then maybe a little bit of what he normally does, to me, he should be able to beat Usyk. But something about Usyk, though, it doesn't make me very confident in that choice because
No.
Usyk is like a big Lomachenko, man. He has some real skills on him. The way
Yes, he
he's
do.
able
That's
to
what I'm
give
saying.
angles and move around the ring and give angles and kind of his punch selection, he's gonna make it tough for Fury. You know, if Fury can't pin him down, it's gonna be very rough on him. You know, and Fury don't necessarily have the power to be able to like knock him out cold.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's gonna come down to a boxing match, and if it comes down to a boxing match, it's gonna come down to who's the better boxer. And if I gotta go, who's the better boxer? Usyk is the better boxer. So you know, I mean, it's right now, as of right now, I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth. As of right now, I'm going to rock with Fury because I think he should be able to use his size to be able to win. But I can see it going either way. That's a 50-50 fight to me.
50-50. So I don't know.
What about you, Raphael? And we got a guest here, but I'm going to let you go and then I'll bring the guest in. Go ahead, Raphael.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think I feel like Fury has spent the last 3 years, building himself to beat Wilder. And Usyk presents a whole different puzzle. He's got speed, he's got foot speed, he's got angles, like you said. And I think that he gives him a hell of a fight. And just like you said, if you can't knock him out, you have to go to who's got more technical skills. And for me, I agree with you. It's obviously Usyk.
Oh, so you're going with Usyk with this one? Okay.
Yeah, I know the odds are going to be tight, but I think. I would say Usyk has a better chance. And I feel like, again, Fury has dedicated, he's been putting on weight and he wants to take care of the big doser. So he's like built himself to beat Wilder. But Usyk is a whole different animal.
Yeah, true.
Okay. All right. Well, we got somebody new here in the building. We got Romario here in the building for the first time, man. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone.
What's good?
Hey, what's going on, man?
How's everything? My name is Romario from Australia.
Oh,
okay, from Australia.
Yeah.
Okay, well, welcome, man, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No problem.
Just I have like a bit of say, like just a small thing. I don't know if anyone would accept accept what I'm trying to or understand what I'm trying to say. When everyone was talking about Fury and Deontay Wilder, guys, do you remember the time that you mentioned before about skills, about with all the skills that related to boxing? I think we've lost a lot of things, and it's all like slimed to be just to survive, that 1, 2, 3, 10 rounds. But there's no skills, there's no enjoyment anymore. You see all that tall guy, with I'm so sorry. I love Tyson Fury and got nothing to do with him. Maybe he's a great guy and everything. But I don't see skills. I don't see movement. I don't see something. Do you remember the time when Mike Tyson used to fight? Man, the whole street is empty. No one is there. Just Tyson, even in his short fights, I'm talking about from first round. we enjoyed like those seconds or minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Mike was a phenom though.
Yeah, Mike was
Yeah,
a damn good boxer, man, and I get what you're
yeah,
saying over there, Romario. Like
yeah.
Mike Tyson wouldn't get hit in most of his fights.
No, no, even Helga. Let's talk like about Helga.
Mhm.
Helga times, like the rest in peace. Like he was one of the best. And he's like, what was he? He was middleweight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man, he was a warrior.
No, we're not speaking like Fury has some of the best skills of all time. I was just saying like as far as heavyweights go, skills
Yeah,
as far as the
yeah,
heavyweight
yeah.
goes. As
No,
far
no,
as the heavyweight
I'm talking
fighters,
about
he's
generally. No, I'm talking about generally. Like we enjoyed those fights, like heavyweights, middleweights. It's just to give you like a view, and it just you wish if we continue like that, but they, in the end of the day, they are human beings. They only can do much, like in short time, and that's it. From that enjoyment, you don't want it to finish.
Mm.
Like
So
when you see Joshua, sorry, like for example, Joshua and Ruiz, did you really enjoy it?
um,
First one, and then the second. Did you really enjoy it?
I mean, I know exactly what you're talking about, Romario,
Mm.
because I was saying this earlier. Like when heavyweights
Yeah,
fight, it makes me cringe. Like they don't heavyweights like you ever watch Bum Fights, the series Bum Fights? You know
Yes,
how
yes.
backyard knockouts.
Yeah,
yeah, like that's how these heavyweights today remind me of like bum fights. Like, yeah, like you get to see knockouts and stuff like that, and that's all cool, but it's like at a certain point you kind of like want more. Like you expect more from professional fighters and boxers, especially when if you have like a history of
Mm.
boxing and you're used to you like the sweet science. Like my favorite
Oh, sorry,
fighters are
guys, the
guys.
camera. Now you can
Oh,
watch. Sorry,
oh yeah.
sorry, I didn't know. Yeah, sorry about that.
Come on, no worries,
Yeah,
bro. No worries.
yeah,
But yeah, man, especially like when you watch like the sweet science. Like my favorite fighters are guys, sweet science guys. I like Pernell Whitaker. I like guys
Oh,
like that who are
now we're talking.
fundamental
Now
and
we're
who
talking.
defensively sound guys. I like that type of thing, and you just don't get that from heavyweights. So I'm always kind of left like.
Yeah.
I'm always left like hurting a little bit after I watch a heavyweight fight because I'm looking at everything that they're doing wrong and I'm like, yeah.
Since Tyson's time ended and everything gone. What do you watch there? I'm so sorry about like forgive me. I like everyone, but we're talking about sports here. Okay. Since that time, even with everything bad that Tyson did on or inside the ring, by that one, did this one. Mind you, sometimes I think it's all staged. Okay. Sometimes when I watch it over and over and over, I get that thing in my head. Maybe like I get hallucinating from spending long time watching these things. But I think it was staged to give him a bit of break to like different reasons. Who pays more because of this, because of that?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
What was I gonna say? Man, forgot what I was gonna say.
sorry, forgive me.
Oh, good, man. Oh,
No,
good.
no, forgive me. No, it's just because I spent all this time waiting. They keep all this hype up, like talking about Tyson Fury, the second one, and he started to go under skin like Wilder, and he's building up and blah blah blah. I'm like Muhammad Ali, blah blah, all these things, and come like you go inside the ring, while Tyson, or you see a towel, shoes with no socks, finish the business, and everyone's happy. It doesn't matter how much you paid that night, but it's not. It's a night for 100 years to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anyone agrees with me.
I'm surprised again. I'm surprised that it didn't get the amount of views because I thought the buildup was good.
Exactly. That's exactly my point.
And I thought they both had great stories, like Wilder picking it up really late, becoming this knockout artist. And then
But
his physique.
don't forget the bad image that he put on himself, defending himself by saying, for example, the custom was heavy. And then and then throwing the towels. Oh, why? Throwing the towel. What? Why? Because you can't stand on your feet.
No, you
Where
just
did
got
you
beat
why
up.
from?
This is
it up.
this
Yeah,
is
and this like you trainer, you corner, it's just basically was scared for your life. There's a wife sitting down watching like in scared.
this is
Am I
why
gonna have husband anymore, or my husband like gone lost it, or
this is
Come
why
on.
I don't think that this can't be Wilder's last fight because he's such a great boxer. His legacy can end like this with two losses and then having excuses for them. Going back in history, nobody's going to believe the 17 excuses. He needs
Yeah.
to improve and he needs to redeem himself and he needs to listen to Malik Scott most importantly because I was listening to some of those
Do you remember?
interviews that he had and he said Malik Scott, he didn't teach me nothing, he just brought out what was already there. There ain't much there. There really isn't much there. He's got a right hand. That's it. And if you don't think that somebody as skilled as Malik Scott can teach you something, you got bigger problems. And if you think that your costume suit, that your water was spiked, that the whole
Have you
world
seen Malik
conspired
after
against
that
him,
when he said he made it
crazy.
easy? Yeah, he
And look,
said he
check
made
this
it.
out. In the moment of competition, I understand, rages, people flare, egos and all that stuff or whatever. But when you go back and you go and talk to your team and we say, hey, what do we do wrong? You need to take the L because if you don't take the L, you don't think you did anything wrong. If in that
He
second
took the
fight,
L.
if in that
They
second
did,
fight
they
he
did.
said,
Yeah.
if in that second fight he said it wasn't the fucking gloves, it wasn't the spiked water, this guy's just better than me.
Yes.
I better figure out how to do something different.
Yeah, and the canvas as well. Like
Well, let me
Come
ask
on.
let me ask you guys this though, because I was talking about this earlier in the show as well.
Sure.
Why do you think there was such a big difference between the second fight and the third fight?
Second fight, you're talking about same subject.
Same
The
subject.
third one. Yeah. What they call it? Trilogy.
Trilogy.
Yeah, trilogy.
Yeah, go ahead. You can
Okay.
go ahead.
Oh, okay. The third one, like both of them had their own plans. And I can't believe part of what's his name? Wilder. Don't throw the towels no matter what. Man, this is sport. If your life in danger, don't forget there's insurance. America is different. There's this, there's that. I know in the other hand, the promoter is putting like exclusive, how to say, bombs to make it happen because they need money. But end of the day, when you part of it, don't throw the towels. Whatever happens there, don't worry about it. I thought we're gonna have come. Now we're gonna watch boxing. What boxing? What
I
was
need
there?
some of that. Whatever you got, I want some of that.
Yeah, no, wait.
Yeah, I want
look,
some of that. Whatever you got.
Okay,
like
right.
that one
Raphael,
dropped twice, and this one dropped twice, and then it's like
Yeah,
and
Raphael,
I don't
you
know.
bugging, my guy.
And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he's overreacted. He sat down and said, and he got up.
Raphael, why do you think the difference is? Why do you think there was such a difference between the second and the third fight?
I think one of it I think was the layoff. I don't think the layoff was good for either of them, and how they postponed the fight a couple of times and stuff like that. Especially when you're peaking, and you know you're going through creative, like training, like what Wild. Because I agree with you. I don't think either of them had a great display of boxing that night. I think they both could have done a lot better, including Fury, which I thought was you know
A lot way
I
better.
would consider one of the best boxers in the heavyweight division. I think Fury. I don't know if this is true or not. Like I said, like I sent you the message. John Fury, his dad said he couldn't run 3 miles a month before the fight. They said that he spent, you know, like a month straight in the hospital with his daughter. They never put that as an excuse. I don't even know if it's true, but
Oh my
the way they
God.
talk, everything that comes out of their mouth is questionable. You can't believe none of it. But that's what they
True.
said.
That's true.
Okay,
That's
okay,
absolutely true.
okay. Based on that, sorry, the fourth person didn't introduce myself to you. My name is Romario, and your name, please. The fourth. So we have Raul, and we have the presenter, and the fourth
Oh, you
one.
talking about me? Oh,
Oh
gent.
yeah. What? Sorry, brother.
Gent.
Jay. Nice meeting you, man.
Yeah, I want some of that. Whatever you want. I need some. I need some of Australia. You hear me? I need some of that Australia in my life because you seem like you a good time
You're
over
more than
there.
welcome, man.
Yo,
You're
so
more
get-
than welcome, man.
So getting back to the fight, I think that was the biggest difference, and I agree with you guys. I think it's different out there because they're gonna go and they're gonna fight some of these cats when these two dudes have literally been feuding for 3 years, and Wilder put on pounds, put on muscle. I'm gonna hold this motherfucker off of me. I'm gonna hold 300 pounds off of me. When he gets in the fight in fights with like Usyk that's not carrying that weight, and he can
Osik, I call him the quiet, or not quiet. There's a better explanation for him. He is a snake. Like something will come out of this guy, and he's gonna do it right. And he's gonna say, "Guys, I'm gonna show you how to box."
Here's a question to you guys: Who's the best heavyweight out right now?
Osik.
Who's the number one heavyweight?
The one that showed me, I'm being honest with you. Sorry, guys, like the one showed me that skills, showed me that stuck with his plan, and I enjoyed it every second of that match. Usyk,
Usyk.
yeah.
Mm.
How about you?
Don't forget what his name used his height. Okay. I'm talking about Fury. Used his height, used his weight. Okay. And when a warrior relied on his weapons, I would see weapons like, sorry, no, excuses, things to rely on after the match would say, like, this happened. It's a fight. It's boxing. Everything is possible. No, I'm sorry. This is boxing. This is like when you talk about boxing, that's Muhammad Ali. You're talking about Joe Frazier, Smoking Frazier. There's a reason they called him that name. These people, like, we're not going to see them again. We're not going to see something like that again. Everyone is still studying how these people manage to show us. And there's not even for 1 second since his title was listed till his last one that got bashed by, I forgot his name. By what his name? That Michael Tyson put him down.
Wilder?
Oh my God. No, not with Muhammad Ali. The one that bashed him really bad. For like
Larry Holmes.
Frazier.
That's it.
Larry Holmes.
Yeah, and he copped it really hard because of this.
Yo, so what
Because
about
it
the
was real, it was serious, and it was damaging, and it was just skills and everything.
That's why he's a legend. You talking about
Yes.
legends? Legends
Yes.
don't grow on trees.
And Larry Holmes himself was a legend because he knew that I'm fighting my master. Master, as in like in sport, in this sport, I was sparring him. Now, like I'm gonna challenge him, and then he showed a great show.
So what do you guys think about the question? I thought the question was pretty good. Do you guys think Boo Boo and Charlo
No.
will ever fight?
No,
Who?
they offered this guy $7 million, and he said no.
Who wins?
Who?
Who wins?
Since he turned down $7 million, I had Charlo at first, but I got Andrade. It's a reason why Charlo turned down $7 million.
Yo, but Boo Boo is a horrible fighter.
What do you mean by horrible?
That's a horrible fighter.
Horrible.
Because horrible can you know
Exactly what it sounds like.
No, he's
horrible.
not the most exciting guy in the world to watch. But if somebody if it's a guy gave you $7 million, offered you $7 million to fight, and you knew you can whoop him, wouldn't you take the $7 million?
If you guys like Sweet Sign, you guys know Boo Boo ain't no Sweet Sign. I mean, he might be able to pull off something crazy like, you know, weird angle stuff like Madonna or whatever. But if up against a real skilled fighter, that guy stands no chance either.
Why they don't want to fight him then? He's undefeated and a champion in 2 different weight classes for a reason. Yes. I don't want to hear all the camp. If you're a champion in a weight class and undefeated 2 different weight classes, and all the best players in those weight classes are avoiding you, it's got to be a reason. You can't be, well, you ain't fought nobody. I got a belt. I got the strap.
Yes.
You better than me. Come take my strap. So I don't want to hear that he's weird and all of them. Some of them are unorthodox. Some of them weird. But at the end of the day, it's a reason why Charlo turned down $7 million. He never made $7 million. You're not going to tell me you're going to turn down life-changing money to fight somebody that you know you can whoop. It's not going to happen.
It was a big risk, very little reward. Because
that's what I'm saying. How is it a risk then if Boo Boo's not that good? It shouldn't be a risk.
No,
it's all reward.
But Boo Boo don't.
He's food.
But Boo Boo don't have the crowds like the Charlo brothers. Charlo brothers have.
It don't matter. You got $7 million guaranteed. I'm gonna give you $7 million guaranteed. So I don't care if it's in the backyard. We don't have to have a crowd. Let's do it. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to hear about the crowd. I don't want to hear about the sales because we don't know the numbers on that stuff anyway. All I know is they said, here's $7 million, Jamal Charlo. Here's $7 million. What do you want to do, sir?
Protecting that O.
Oh, okay. if Boo Boo wasn't that good, why would you have to protect your O? Because I seen him fight Hugo Santana and all these other bombs at 160. I seen him fight plenty of bombs without a problem. So if this dude is as terrible as everybody, as some people claim he is, why not take them $7 million?
Yeah, that's true.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I know 1 + 1 is 2.
The biggest problem with those class.
You're smart. You're smart and a half.
Was going through it. Everybody was waiting for the golden ticket, and it never really came. And what they were trying to do is they were trying to hold on for the perfect fight that never really came.
Okay, based on that, do you think Anthony Joshua anytime soon he will clear all that up, like, you know, he would do something towards Usyk?
I think he loses a rematch.
Me too.
The second one, yeah, I'm talking about the second one, and I'm talking about, and then fighting.
Everybody said that about Ruiz too. Everybody said AJ was gonna lose the second fight to Ruiz.
No, I heard people.
No. This is different animal. Sorry, this is different.
The first fight was a fluke.
Everybody said that. Everybody said that. I just want to go on record. Everybody did say that about AJ. Everybody.
Yo,
there wasn't not one person who was like, AJ's gonna win the rematch. Everybody was like, AJ.
I heard plenty of AJ fans talking about
No,
AJ
no,
gonna
but
put
there
hands
is
and feet
something.
on Ruiz.
Hey,
I thought
big
Ruiz was
fan.
gonna win.
AJ got a new coach too. I see him over there working with Ronnie Shields, Charlo
Yep.
coach now.
Are you serious?
So AJ's over there picking up some new skills in preparation for this Usyk fight. And honestly, if y'all want my thoughts on it, well, y'all got no goddamn
Do you
choice.
know? Do you know?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Wait, hold on one second, Mario.
Yeah, okay.
So if you want to hear my thoughts on it, right? I think
Okay.
AJ has a good shot of beating Usyk because again, this is a guy who is 4-5 inches taller than Usyk, 40 pounds heavier than Usyk. But yet in the first fight, he's sitting in the middle of the ring trying to out jab Usyk. So if he uses even a little bit of those physical attributes in this second fight, he stands a much better chance in the second fight than he did in his first fight. And the first fight was still competitive.
Usyk said it. I followed him and I tried to understand him because he doesn't speak English, and I was just dying to know how this guy studied the opponent, his opponent. And he said, don't think I'm going to be the same person, the first one. Oh, everyone say that anyway, like, you know, if there's second chance, okay? But he said it. He said, you're going to see another animal. It's all based on the events. And I'm going to, like, you know, make sure he's a really nice guy, but keep it for himself. At the same time, he's a snake. Like he will, like, you know, bang until without even notice,
Usyk,
he will take it. Because do you know why? AJ, as much as I like his style, I like everything about him, he is human. And he's got a heart. In sport like this, you're not gonna last.
the reason why I think Usyk gives
Sorry.
everybody problems is because Usyk is a Lomachenko on steroids. That's an extra large Lomachenko. That
Oh,
gives everybody
sorry?
problems.
Sorry?
Even
No,
though,
sorry,
even
sorry.
though hold on one second, hold on, Mario.
Sure,
Even though that's a great, you know, like that's amazing to say that we have a bigger Lomachenko, like a heavyweight Lomachenko, like that's crazy,
Oh,
to
yeah,
say
yeah.
that, right? But
Mm.
we've seen the blueprint for how to beat Lomachenko. We've seen him lose to Salido.
Mm.
We saw Teofimo Lopez beat him. So the formula's out there to beat that kind of style. Can AJ utilize either of those styles to be able to beat him? That's the question. But
No.
just based on his physical attributes, right? He should be able to use something similar to what Salido was doing in that fight against Lomachenko. He should be able to do it. You know,
AJ don't fight like that.
What I don't
he
like
don't fight
about
like that. He's gonna have to
That's what
change
I'm
his
saying.
style.
You can't, if a dude never fought like that, you can't expect him to flip the switch like that. To
Thank
fight
you.
to fight that type of fight. It's gonna wind up pretty much the same way it did this time.
That's it.
I mean, it's gonna be the same. I mean, it's gonna be the same type of fight. I'm not gonna say it's gonna have the same result.
After
It's gonna be
all
the same
these
type
years,
of fight.
after
AJ and
all
Usyk, I don't
this
see
season
much
of training,
different happening.
Yep,
I don't.
You're
I
right.
mean, because AJ not gonna let me push you to the side, let me push you to the rope and beat your body. AJ gonna try to outbox.
But I still remember what he did to Ruiz. But I don't. The only thing I don't understand that why you talk it to the end like same tone. Do you know when someone sings and says like there's no like, you know, like, yeah, it's like in the same level.
Yo,
It's like I want, like, you know, just to end it, like, start it this way, I want to end it this way.
So
where is the surprising factor? Where is the shock factor? He was lacking a lot of things, but he won. Maybe that surprised his opponent. He surprised him.
A lot of people have questioned, I think, Joshua's heart and how much he really, you know, how much of a killer he is. Because a lot of people question his like killer instinct that he's unable to
Exactly.
to close the
Exactly.
show, and that he shakes the
Maybe it's not
opponent's
for
hand
him anymore.
when he loses. But that rematch with Reese went like on a tamale bender. He was like 70 pounds overweight on that second fight. That wasn't a real fight.
But I tell you
Joshua
something.
improved a little bit, but Reese wasn't the same fighter he was in the first one. Reese was coming
That
off
fame.
But I tell you something.
being
Him
really
and
active,
Fury. Yeah,
and
him and
getting
Sorry.
back to Usyk Joshua, and how we how you were saying that style has already been beat. Um, yes, I think Joshua has a chance. It's not likely because I don't think he possesses the tools. As much of a AJ fan as I am, I don't think he really possesses the tools to get the job done. And Lomachenko did lose to Tio. I think he loses a rematch. I think Tio loses a rematch to Lomachenko. I think Lomachenko still has a lot to give.
Yeah, he definitely does. He definitely does. And you know, the thing I mentioned Salido. And Salido, when he beat Loma, he was a much smaller dude. And I get that AJ would have to like change his style considerably in order to be able to fight like that. But he has so much of the advantage physically to be able to do something like that that it shouldn't be that shocking for him to try to do that, to such a smaller guy, in my opinion.
Spot on.
You know.
Spot on.
So
You got it.
we'll
Spot on.
see. I'm not saying that even if he fights like that, he's guaranteed to beat Usyk, because I think that it's gonna be a tough fight regardless. But I think if he fights like that, it definitely gives him a much better chance to win, even if he's not good at it or proficient at it. Like somebody who's been fighting like that their whole life, just because of the size. But I mean, if he comes back in and tries to fight the way he did prior, he's gonna lose.
But the way the
Yeah.
way he gets like when he get into it, and you see his face like in a first round or second round, like started, and it's like, and he goes, and like when it's really hard, started to get really smoking, and then you just go on his knee and keep looking up. It's like, what was that? Sorry, it's a man. It's boxing, and there's like you're actually surrounded by thousands of people.
Hey, Romario. Hey, listen, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go tonight, man. I'm just having a hard time understanding you. I'm sure the audience is too, man. If you could, man, you could just join in the chat, man, and next time we'll chop it up, okay?
Okay, brother.
All right, my guy. You take it easy, bro.
Okay, nice meeting you guys.
Oh, nice
It was
meeting
nice
you
meeting you
too,
too.
bro. Have a good one.
Okay, man. Thank you very much, guys.
I need some in Australia.
That's true.
So what
I got my guy, man. I appreciate it. Hey, man, if anybody's new in the building, man, you guys make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. I dropped the link, so if anybody trying to come up in here, you can come through. You know what I'm saying? It's all love out here. It's just with my guy. We're having a hard time understanding them, so I had to go ahead and let him go. But I got that link down here in case anybody want to jump on here in defensive points. But go ahead, what you gonna say, Raphael?
Yeah, I was talking about Joshua, and how you mentioned that he was in the States, touring camps and stuff like that, and getting back to somewhat similar to what we're talking about Wilder. It's really going to be tough to change Joshua, because Joshua pretty much has spent his whole entire career in that style, and he's primarily an amateur, an amateur style fighter. And for them to try to change it, and I think it's going to be really tough. And look, I'm a super AJ fan, but that's a tall task that he's going up against AJ. Usyk, sorry, Usyk is not a Reese. Reese has nowhere the skill that Usyk has.
Hold on, I got a rebuttal for you though. We saw Tyson Fury change his style for Wilder in his second fight, didn't we? Because Tyson Fury never fought like that, right? Tyson Fury used to try to box circles around people and throw punches and bunches, but now we see him coming forward and we see him cutting the ring off and we see him fighting completely different in this fight. And he switched trainers, right? He switched to Sugar Hill over at Crunk Gym, just like we see AJ doing something similar now, going to Ronnie Shields, one of Charlo's trainers. So I think we're gonna see something comparable to what Fury did in his second fight versus Wilder in this thing with AJ. So I think it's gonna be. I think the second fight is gonna be interesting. I know a lot of people are writing AJ off, but I'm not necessarily writing him off. I think it's gonna be a competitive, tough fight. I don't think Usyk necessarily wins this fight. I think it's gonna be a completely different fight. What you think about that, Argenis Barber? I hear you
Yeah,
over there,
because I was just gonna
over
chime
there,
in.
ear
I was
hustling.
waiting for you to finish. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
But Wild and Usyk, those two different things right there. I mean, even though AJ, let's say they change him,
Mm-hmm.
it's not gonna. I mean, Wilder and Usyk way better boxer than Wilder. We know that's actual fact. So it's probably easier for Fury to implement his changes against Deontay Wilder than it would for AJ learning a new style and then dealing with a superior boxer. So I mean, everybody's style has flaws. He does fight kind of amateurish, but that amateurish style made him the best heavyweight. So I mean, I wouldn't change too much. I'd go back, watch the film, work on a couple things, but hey, you just gotta go for it. I mean, it wasn't like Usyk dominated him. I mean, it was a good fight. I mean, a couple things he could have did better. Work on those things and then get him back in the ring. I wouldn't change none. You might get knocked out.
I would say this too. I will say this too. Because of his amateur pedigree, that tells me that AJ is probably more diverse in his skill set than we've probably even seen in his pro career. So he probably has the ability to fight the way we need him to fight in order to beat somebody like Usyk, but he just typically has never had to fight that way. You know what I mean? So it might not be that much of culture shock as a lot of people are thinking for him to switch up his style similar to what a Salido would have had to do. This dude got an Olympic gold medal. So he's had to make adjustments. You know, when you in the Olympics, you don't know who you're fighting. So you got to switch up your, yeah, I mean, like that kind of style. Just really just aggressive, Argenis.
Okay, he can be like a little more aggressive, but you saying that because every time you said Salido, I was like, damn, is he talking about Salido? Is AJ trying to fight like Salido? I mean, hold on, time out. If he does, I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea for AJ. Now, being a more aggressive, yes. Be more aggressive. That might work in his favor, but changing your style, oh no. Don't do that, AJ. Be more aggressive, yeah. Keep your amateur style, be a little more aggressive, be a little more on your front foot. Try to push the pace, push the action, you know what I'm saying? Push them, use your jab, try to push them away from the center of the ring into the ropes or something. Okay, but you talking about be like Salido? No, sir.
I hope you guys are right, because I'll celebrate with you guys. I'll sing Sweet Caroline with you guys. I mean, AJ is one of my favorite fighters, so if he's able to turn around, I mean, it'll just add to his story. You know what I'm saying? And avenging both of his defeats like that, I think would say something for his career too.
Yeah, that would be pretty dope if he could avenge this one. That would be pretty dope.
Yo, it's like I said, it starts with us. How just because somebody loses, we can't call him trash. I mean, we should want to see these guys, go in there and try to test their skills against different styles, because at the end of the day, styles make fights. So we could see, even if on paper, we unanimously agree that a certain fighter is better than the other, we won't know until they get into the ring.
True, but I can't call none of them bombs, especially at the highest level, because I know if I get in the ring with some gloves on, I know what will happen. So I'm not gonna call none of them bombs. I'm just gonna say they're not as good as other fighters. So one word is out my vocabulary. I'm straight. I'm good on that.
Yeah, I try not to say that
guys. I got a real good one for you guys. Tio and Heyman.
Oh,
that should have happened. That should happen anyway. That should happen anyway. I mean.
So, okay. So first of all, we got to talk about that whole situation, because there's more things have happened that we got to discuss. But prior to that, let me read some comments, because I haven't read any comments in a while. Marianne G says, who can Wilder fight? Real talk. AJ, White, Fury, Usyk, all out right now. Joyce, he could fight Joyce. You know what I mean? He could fight Dillian.
The highest ranked or the best heavyweight that's available right now. That's who you should try to fight.
I mean, honestly, Wilder at this point, if I'm Wilder, I'm taking some confidence builder fights. You know, I'm taking guys who people.
You were a heavyweight champ for 9 years. Well, how many years? And you need a confidence builder? Stop.
But he just suffered 2
knockout losses. You talking like Wilder's like 28 or something? How old is this guy?
Like
We getting
30.
close to the, like
36.
Boss Man said, the end of the road, my guy. We getting close to the end of the road.
Yeah, but this dude just got knocked out twice.
By one of the best heavyweights in the world. Yes.
He just got knocked out twice, and then remember the last fight was what was it? A year ago, a year and a half ago, 20 months
like
ago, almost 2 years.
Mhm.
So this dude has been inactive for almost 2 years since the last fight.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
now he's supposed to be inactive for another 6 months, and then jump in the ring against a top level guy.
No. I'm not saying the best guy. I'm saying like a Joyce. You don't fight a bum. Don't fight nobody. Don't fight anybody outside the top 10. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Don't fight any fighter that's outside the top 10, at least the top 15. I mean, come on now. You can't do that. That won't be a good look for him right now. And then, like I said, with his age, he's not 28. He ain't got much time. It's get it time now.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely is a sense of urgency there as far as his career is concerned. He definitely does want to, especially if he's trying to get another run at the belt. The heavyweight division just moved very slow. So I see your point there, but it's like, ideally, you would want another fight to kind of just get some confidence back. You know what I'm saying? But I guess, I see your point there, Argenis, for sure. I see this comment say, Marianne G says Ruiz. I think that'll be a good fight. Wilder versus Ruiz.
Whoever, just to get, if you beat one of the top guys, he ain't gotta be like the top. One of the guys kind of near the top, your name back up there. Your name back up there. Not right now. Wilder's name is not. I mean, I ain't saying it's dirt, but you just got hands and feet put on you twice. So you're not getting a rematch with Fury. You're not fighting Usyk. Anthony Joshua ain't got to fight you. I mean, who is nobody has a reason to fight you, Deontay Wilder, right now. Nobody. So you got to go to them dudes. They don't have a reason to fight you right now. They can say, well, you washed up. They can say that. But you got to go to those dudes.
What about you, Raphael? How you feel about that?
Yeah, no, I like the Reese fight. I think Reese's chin has been questionable, especially after that rapid weight loss. He had a tough fight against Areola, and I think that'd be a great tune-up fight for Wilder. I think he knocks out Reese, but I think they give a good fight, and I think it'd be a good warmer for Wilder.
Facts.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Marianne G says you win them all, you ain't fighting them all. Fantastic way to say it, man. Right. Yeah, man. If you winning all your fights, chances are it's a few motherfuckers, it's a few people.
Yeah, did you the sidestep?
It's a few you've neglected to fight. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, that's very true. So that's why I want to see Fury in there, and all these top guys in there against the best. Any boxing fan should want that, man.
I mean,
that's how you could
watching boxing. That's why I hate this
Fanboy
Alvarez Caleb Plant fight. Oh my God, no! Caleb Plant get a shot because he got a belt. If that's what it is, that means everybody that has a belt should get a shot.
Okay, back to this conversation that we were having before. Somebody said something about Fury being an all-time great. Okay, let me.
No,
go ahead.
Stop the cap.
Go ahead.
You must start watching boxing when he fought Deontay Wilder. That must be your first boxing match. But first boxing fight. That had to be your first boxing fight when he fought Deontay Wilder. This is the greatest thing I ever seen. That had to be.
Yeah. All-time great, Raphael. You think Fury's all-time great at this point?
I don't think he's in the top 10. I mean, of our generation, yeah, one of the best for this generation. But I don't think
that's not saying much.
10.
No disrespect to the heavyweights out there, my guys. No disrespect. Yo, please don't come find me. Please.
Yo, no disrespect. This goes back to the MJ and LeBron. If you never saw MJ play, you always think LeBron is the greatest thing alive. You know what I'm saying? But if you do your research, if you go back, you see, MJ was a cat like no other.
No other.
I think when you're talking about boxing too, man, boxing is hundreds of years old, man. So it's like you talking about all these heavyweights over all this time.
That's what I'm saying.
Fury being the best, like the best
not even
out
close.
of all, like
not
the best heavyweight of all time.
Sonny Listons, Ken Norton's, Ali's, Frazier's, Foreman's, Tyson, Holyfield, Lennox Lewis. Come on now, stop the cap. We're not gonna. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. And there's a whole lot on my miss. Floyd Patterson. Stop.
Okay, let me
I'm
ask
not
you guys
saying
this. Let me
he's
ask you
good.
guys this, because we all agree on that. Let me ask you guys this. Is there anything that Fury could do to be considered among the best? We know he ain't gonna never at this, he's not gonna ever be able to be considered the best of all time or anything like that. But is there anything that Fury can do to be considered among the best heavyweights of all time?
Beat the rest of the top heavyweights and beat them convincingly. That's it. I mean, what else can he do? Beat Usyk. Find Joshua, beat Joshua. Find whoever else that's supposed to be near the top, beat them too. I mean, what else can he do? You just got to dominate your time, your generation. And if you dominate your time, I mean, what else can you do?
I think no. I don't think there's anything he can do, because in order for him to become one of the best, he would have to be someone that is somewhat considered being one of the best. And unfortunately, in this generation, we really don't have that. You know, Joshua had a chance to be that, and
Nope.
you know, he hasn't fulfilled out that legacy. So I would say no. And you guys are probably not gonna like this, but he had trouble with a one-trick pony. I mean, Wilder was no boxer. Let's get this straight. He had a cannon. That's it. And he had
What I'm
trouble with
saying,
it.
his who didn't have a problem with his cannon? That's what I'm saying.
Whoa, pause. That sounds
Yeah, but
kind of pause.
Yeah,
Right?
Fury had trouble. Fury had trouble. I think there's a lot of people, a lot of heavyweight champions that would have dismantled Wilder. I
Oh
think
yeah, back in
Tyson
the
would
day.
have
I'm talking about right now though.
dismantled Wilder.
I know back in the day, but I'm talking about right now though. The heavyweights fight right now, so he can't do nothing but fight the competition that he has right now. He can't go back in time and fight Tyson and the rest of them guys. I mean, he just has to take care of his business right now. That's he's not gonna be all time great, but that's the only thing he can do.
Yes, that's the only thing he can do, but I don't think he can ever be considered that because of the level
No.
of competition.
True.
And here's the thing, I agree and disagree with both of y'all at the same time. That's crazy, right?
That's
so
perfect. That's
so
perfect.
so I agree with you, Raphael. I don't think that he can become an all-time great. I just think that the body of work isn't there. He's not gonna have it by the time his career comes to an end, unless he fights for another 10 years, which I doubt he's gonna do. But at the same time, he has fought some guys, in my opinion, that would be considered some generational guys. Even though you may not like Wilder's skill set, this is a guy who has 10 title defenses. So you got to give him some credibility for that. And then he does have a win over Vladimir Klitschko, who reigned over a heavyweight division for about a good decade. So he has two very solid wins. But to me, where he comes up short is those are literally his only wins of note. And then we're talking about him not reigning in the division and not defending his belts and not clearing out the weight classes, or the weight class for a period of time. To me, I think Tyson Fury fights once or twice more and then he's done. That doesn't make him an all-time great to me.
Nope.
No, you got to stay in the division and you got to reign. And we got to see you against some of these up and coming guys. And we got to see you against these guys that are over here and some of these guys over here, different styles. We haven't seen that from Fury. So for that reason, he's not going to be all-time great. So I agree and disagree with both of y'all at the same time.
We all agreed that he wasn't going to be an all-time great. And
Oh,
I just said the only thing that he could do, and not saying it's going to happen. Not saying even if he did it, he's going to be all-time great. The only thing he can do is just beat the competition he has now. But still, that's still not enough for him to be an all-time great.
He got to beat them. He got to beat them and hang out for a few years. For me, to call him Tyson Fury barely got over 30 fights. He barely got over 30 fights.
I know, right?
And we're gonna call him an all-time great compared to some of these guys who have over 100 fights.
Who said that blasphemy?
I don't know. I think it was my guy Marianne G in the comments.
Oh, Marianne, come on now.
I just called you out, man. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, come on.
I gotta let it be known out here, man.
Put the bottle down. Put the bottle down. I don't know what you're sipping. Put it down.
I hear you. Hold on. Let's go on back up, man. My guy been busy in the comment section. Let's read some more of these comments. Andy Ruiz was a Miller. What's that say? Miller replacement.
Yeah.
Wasn't he?
Popped on the piss test after you talking about Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua drugging, but you popped on the piss test.
Yeah, big baby. Big baby.
Yeah.
And you know one thing I've
Yeah.
seen online too,
No,
man.
don't call him that. Just call him Miller. Don't call him that.
Yeah. He did the right thing by just saying Miller. I thought he was talking about beard for a second. I'm like, Miller
Nah,
White.
I knew exactly what he talking about. Oh yeah,
It was a Miller replacement.
yeah, because he was
Yeah.
talking all that cap, all that trash. Joshua's
Yeah.
dirty. Joshua this, and you the one that popped. Really? Not
Yeah.
once. Not once. You popped several times. You kept popping.
He just couldn't let it go.
multiple times. He didn't
Hey,
want
man.
that fight.
Him and Povetkin popping dirty over and over and over again.
But he was like back to back to back to back. I was like,
Okay. Mariana G also says AL didn't want Wilder to fight AJ. He didn't let him go to the zone for a crazy $100 million offer. It's fair though. As you say, everyone has their own interests at heart in that situation. AL is risking.
he lost money. He lost a whole lot of money. It's funny that Tyson Fury got $100 million after he fought Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder ain't gonna never get close to $100 million. Ain't that funny? Tyson Fury's on the scrap heap, on drugs, mental depression, all this and all that. After that fight with Wilder, he got a 4 or 5 fight deal with ESPN, $100 million. Got to do WWE, got 15 more million. And what Wilder doing? Fight me again. You cheated.
Cherry pick gone wrong, man.
That's one, and your boy Al Heyman. Oh my God, really, Al? Really? That's what Wilder should try to fight next. Al Heyman on pay-per-view. I'll pay to see that. I'll pay to see that. I could have got beat up by Joshua and made $100 million.
Marianne G say Oscar was the modern king of clauses. Then Floyd did the same. Now Canelo doing that shit. To be fair, they're all greats, and I'm sure the advantages they had wouldn't have made a difference anyway. I don't know about all that.
About some of them clauses. I'm like,
Them clauses are hella suspect, man.
Yes.
Can only rehydrate 5 pounds.
No,
the ring.
that's bull jive right there.
When I think Canelo and Billy Joe Saunders, they was having a dispute about the ring size, and Canelo wanted to make the ring like 10 feet or something like that.
Canelo
wanted to fight in the closet.
Yeah, because he knew he was gonna have to chase Billy Joe.
See, I'm gonna need this to be a closet. That's what he did. Yeah, but I mean, I guess some of the advantages you get. But Marianne G also says you got 10K. Stick that money on Bitcoin or stick that money on Canelo. Oh wow!
You ain't gonna win no money if you put money on Canelo, because I mean he the favorite.
The odds.
Yeah, you might win.
If you put 10,000 on Canelo, how much you gonna win?
You might win a shiny nickel.
That's what I'm saying.
I got a KO bet on Canelo.
Yes,
a KO bet.
You gonna win your KO bet. You gonna win your KO bet.
You gonna get that.
Caleb,
What are the odds on that though?
I think it's -600.
Oh, okay.
So my bet's like 400. The payout's like 675 or something.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
Well,
I might
you
want to
gonna
put
have-
some
you
money
gonna
on
have
that.
a look- You gonna have a look
Get
extra
that
ass
200.
part of money.
Yeah, right.
I mean, check. Caleb can hang in there if he's got good conditioning. He can hang in there for 12 rounds, even if he's getting beat up.
He think he can take. You think he can take those punches? Look at his eye. He got snapped.
no.
You see his eye. You think he gonna take the punches? And then
Yeah,
Canelo's great to the body. Great to the body.
Nah, Canelo's knocking that dude out, man. I hate to say it because I do want to see a good fight. At very least, I want to see a good fight. Huh?
Yo,
Don't watch that one. If you
I
wanna see
know
a
that's
good
what I'm
fight.
saying. And like,
yo, I just getting back to not deserting these fighters. Caleb Plant's a great fighter. He undefeated. Even if he loses to Canelo with a knockout, he still has some great fights in him. I want to see him against Benavidez.
No,
I would want to see him against
Benavidez gonna knock him. Benavidez
that's
gonna beat that man.
that's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be a better fight than with Canelo. I think it's just a bad stylistic matchup with Canelo because to beat Canelo, to me, you need power and you need skills. If you don't have power, then you're gonna have an issue with Canelo because he's gonna walk through your punches, cut off the ring, and throw body shots until he knocks you out. He's not gonna outbox you, but he's gonna walk through your punches, cut the ring off, and knock you out. So you need power to keep him off you. And Plant doesn't have that. Now for Benavidez has decent power, But for me, he doesn't have like the devastating power that
No,
Canelo
punches and
had.
bunches, punches and
Punches
bunches.
and bunches.
He for that big for a guy his size and he's that big and that long. He throw his hands are very fast. His hands are fast.
That's an interesting fight though, Benavidez and Plant. But you know what? I feel like Plant's not gonna be the same after he gets stopped by Canelo, and I feel like Benavidez gets in there and beats him up if that fight happens.
Benavidez is gonna beat him up anyway.
Yeah, maybe.
That's why he rather fight Canelo, because Canelo, if I get beat up, I might as well get paid.
I mean, but anybody would rather fight Canelo than
because I'm gonna get paid.
Yeah, you know,
especially if I don't get beat up. Why get beat up by this dude? I'm gonna get get like what 100,000. Fight Canelo, I'm getting 7, 8, 9 mil, and then I can tell people I got in the ring with Canelo Alvarez. Really?
Get paid for that? Oh,
what?
Get paid for that? Oh,
what? You got beat up by Canelo? Yeah, he punched me right here. Oh my goodness, let me see y'all. Yeah, I got whipped by Benavidez. Damn.
Marianne G agrees. Marianne G says Plant has not got a chance. It's like Tank Rolly feeding time. We're gonna talk about that too.
Talk about a cherry pick. That's a cherry pick right there.
Oh my Tank and Rolly. How y'all feel about that, man? Tank and Rolly. That's going down.
Disgusted with Tank. I've been disgusted with Tank for years. I'm just disgusted. You ain't fight Lomo. You ain't fight Gary. You ain't fight Tio. You ain't fight Devin. You ain't even fight what's the Tevin Farmer or even JoJo Diaz. You ain't fight none of them dudes. And you fighting who? Stop it. I don't want to hear about it.
So yeah, I have a big problem with Tank because I do consider him one of the best boxers right now, and devastating power backed up by great skills, right? Managed well. The only thing that I have a problem with Tank is that because he's following the Floyd game plan, he's protecting that O.
He ain't following the Floyd game plan.
He's not really going after those fights that people really want to see. And I'm not saying that he doesn't turn out and have a great career. He might turn out and have a great career, but they're always going to question him. It's kind of like the Floyd Mayweather and Pacquiao. You know, sure, Mayweather is probably going to be considered the best ever. But who had the better career? They're probably going to say Pacquiao had the better career. So yeah. I mean, he fought a lot. He fought a lot.
Stop it. He fought a lot of floor leftovers. I understand that, but no, right. Stop it. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
All right, we'll talk about that later. But getting back to the Tank, if he doesn't fight those fighters at their prime, then it's going to take a little bit away from his credibility. Even if he does turn out and have a great career and even finishes with a no, similar to Floyd, which I don't think Floyd will ever allow that. But let's say he does.
I'm saying, who's Tank gonna fight though? That's the question. Who is gonna fight?
Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor, I think, gives him a hell of a fight.
But is he gonna fight Josh Taylor?
No.
He called his name. He said, "I want to fight him." Is he gonna fight him?
Ellerby says that Josh Taylor is a nobody when he's got all the belts at 140.
That's what I'm saying. So who's a some? So but Rolly's a somebody. Rolly Ramirez is a nobody. That's what I'm saying. But Josh Taylor's a nobody though. That's what they say. That's what I'm saying. Who's a somebody to them that he's gonna fight? That's gonna make him great. He, like you said, he has power. He got speed. He got all the skill. He got everything you want in a fighter.
Yeah.
But his level of competition is trash.
Trash.
For you to be that good, your level and then the weight classes you've been in, your level of opposition is trash.
And how you're jumping around. You're jumping around cherry picking. That's not cool because I'm Mexican. I don't know who the hell Barrios was until he showed up on that card. Who the hell is Barrios?
Look. That was a bit racist of you, sir. Because I don't think just because you're Mexican, you know every Mexican. Come on now.
I'm saying
racist.
I'm saying that he's picking nobodies and it might affect his legacy, even if he does have great fights and great wins. And you need to pick these fights at the certain time. Similar to what happened with Spence and Crawford. Crawford and Spence would have been a great fight 2 years ago. I don't think it's that close anymore. So if these guys are in there and a couple of them lose, they will never know what a Tank versus a Tio would have been, or not even Orion. I don't think Orion is in there, but a Haney versus Tank. That's the kind of fights we need to see. We need to see a Josh Taylor in there. You know, if Tank wants to be cemented as one of the best, he's
But
already
that's the
fought at
problem.
170.
He could have been. He could be one. Right now. Tank Davis should have one of the best resumes in boxing right now. Right now, Tank Davis should be at least top 5 pound for pound on everybody list right now. The only reason why he's not is because his level of opposition is pathetic. And then especially if you think about how long what's the young guy name? Not young guy. Damn, I forgot. Lomachenko. How long Lomachenko been calling this dude name, begging him for a fight? And you supposed to you let Teofimo get that. You're supposed to have that already. And now you jumping around, cherry picking. So I mean, like I said, when he get who is he gonna fight?
He's gonna fight Rollies. He's gonna knock out Rollies, and he's gonna get no credit for it.
And then what?
And then they're gonna cherry pick the next guy. I think Haney gives him a hell of a fight. I think Josh Taylor beats him at 140. I think Teofimo has a good shot against Tank. I think probably Tank knocks out Teo.
But I'm saying but is he gonna get in the ring with him? That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. So we don't need to discuss that. He ain't gonna get. I know he ain't getting in the ring with Haney or Teo because he was at 135 now poof, he gone.
Yeah, I know you're not gonna like that, but he's being managed by the best ever, so he's just following his game plan.
But when Floyd was fighting, if you were champion, if you were from 130, 130 beat all the champions. Whatever champion, 140, I can't whoop these dude. I whooped this dude. 147, I got this dude. 54, I got this dude. Whatever you say about Floyd, he didn't duck. Who he duck? What champion did he duck?
Pretty boy Floyd, the TBE. Towards the end of his career, he cherry picked. He could have gone out.
Oh yeah, toward the end of career, yeah, because he's old. I'm talking about when he was Floyd, when he was in his prime, when he was that dude.
No, he set people on their ass and
that's what I'm saying. Why don't he get taken to do that?
Pretty boy Floyd, yes, could be considered the best ever or one of the best ever. Towards the end of his career, he cherry picked too.
Yeah, I can't disagree.
Yeah,
he picked a little bit, but he earned that right though. And then he's old. He knew he was old. He knew he would. Yeah. He knew if I got in the ring with one of these young killers, something might happen. Something might happen. I mean, I understand he still got the smarts, but I'm saying your body, your reflexes. Hey, it goes. Ask Roy Jones. It goes.
I see how Floyd bets. He knows his odds. He understands the fight game. He understands his odds, and he takes calculated risks. That's why he's I consider him, I think one, if not the best ever, one of the best ever, because he played the boxing. Unfortunately, he took something away from boxing, in my opinion. But he played the boxing game to perfection.
No, he ain't taking nothing from boxing. It's just the boxers saw his success and they're trying to emulate it. They want to get to the end without putting in the pretty boy Floyd Mayweather work. They want to get to the money, like my guy said before. Bazadai said they want to be Money Mayweather at the end without doing the pretty boy Floyd Mayweather work. That's the problem. They saw the finished product. Like females out here, they don't want you when you're broke, but when you're on top, you finish product, they're like, oh, I need that dude right there. That's how these dudes were. They were like, okay, I see Floyd and he undefeated. He got $100 million to fight Pacquiao. Oh my God, I need that. That's all it is. They just want the outcome without doing the work.
Yeah, very, very, very true. They want to start their career out like Money Mayweather instead of becoming Pretty Boy first. And Pretty Boy Mayweather got his name from Pretty Boy, not from money.
That's it. If I gotta fight you for $5, hey, let's go.
Mm-hmm. Got some comments in here. Marianne G's in the building. Marianne G says AJ beats Usyk, becoming a 3-time unified champ. That's pretty epic if he does it all in all fairness. Yeah, if AJ does come out and beats Usyk in that second fight, that's pretty dope.
It's dope, but okay.
That's pretty dope. I think he could do it. You know what I mean? But I also could see him losing too. That would be fucked up though. Marianne also says your whole chat is just me chatting shit for 40 minutes. Yeah, man, it's all good, bro. Tank has gone from 130 to 140 fighting.
Amen.
Disgusting.
Amen.
Fighting cherries. Yeah. Yeah, he has, man. One thing about Tank, and I said this before, and I'll say this again. At least with Tank, he doesn't like. I don't hear Tank talking about he's the best or TBE. I don't hear him saying he want to be undisputed. I don't hear him saying that he want to fight this person or that person. You don't really hear Tank talk too much. So that's why I'm never really that critical of Tank, because I don't really know what his goals are. Maybe he's just there. You know what I'm saying? I think my biggest issue with a lot of fighters comes from the fact that they talk like they're the shit. They talk like they want to fight everybody. They talk like they want to be undisputed. Some of them even say they want to be undisputed and then turn around and do the opposite. You know, so that's one thing about Tank I can't really say. I don't, you know, even though I would like to see, even though I would like to see him in a lot of these fights, I can't really give him the same level of criticism that I would give other fighters, because I don't really hear him talk. I don't really hear him talk the same way other fighters talk. You know,
I don't care if he's a deaf mute. I don't care if he knows sign language. I'm giving him all that criticism. When a man come to you in your press conference talking about he want to fight you, this Vasily Lomachenko came to you. I want to fight you. You didn't want to. I got time. I got time. Okay, he leave. He was a champion in your weight class and went to another weight class, destroying dudes in that weight class. Still want to fight you. What you do when you finally make it to that weight class? You fight a dude on one leg that's way past his prime, and then you move to another weight class. Stop it! No. You getting all the. He should have got flame bro destroyed for that. Fighting Gambo.
Nah, the people that need to get flame bro are people like T.O. People like that say, "Oh, I'm gonna send Devin Haney a contract, and I'm gonna send Cambosis a contract. Whoever respond first, then that's who I'm gonna fight." And then turns out he didn't send Devin Haney no contract. He planned to fight Cambosis the whole time.
Okay, I get that's one fighter, but I'm talking about how many dudes that wanted to fight Tank Davis and Tank Davis could have fought that he bypassed. All these dudes calling his name and he bypassed to fight.
I ain't supporting none of that shit. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not.
T.O. did it. T.O. did that in that instance right there. T.O. did that instance right there. You got me. You got it. But no. If you get T.O. for that means you gotta put the flamethrower on Tank Davis. Put the flamethrower on that dude. What was it? Tevin Farmer? Eddie Hearn them trying to give him $7 million to fight Tevin Farmer. You didn't want to fight JoJo Diaz. Gary Russell talking all this talking crazy. And a dude in a lower weight class, and you talking crazy like this, talking reckless. Reckless. Devin Haney talking reckless. These dudes talking reckless. And you don't want to, but you getting paid this what you getting paid millions of dollars to do. This is what you love to do. This is what you train to do. This is what you live to do. And you gon' Barrios? What was those? Mario? That was his name, Mario Barrios. Yeah, not Mike Jones, but Mario Barrios. Yeah, you fight that dude, and everybody celebrate. Well, he's one of the best. Stop the cap. You gotta put the flamethrower. If you put the flamethrower on anybody in boxing, you gotta put it on Tank Davis.
Yo, you guys were talking about Tank Davis and having time. Isn't he like late 20s? Isn't he like 20
but that's
years
what Floyd was
old?
saying when Lomachenko first approached him, something about they want to fight. That's what Floyd was saying. But you're right. Time is running out. Time is not on your side. No, it ain't.
And I think, I think Tank is a great talent, but he gets touched, and if he meets the right guy, they're gonna knock him out.
Yeah, he could be out about
those other guys.
Hey,
he fought Leo Santa Cruz because Leo couldn't do nothing. He hit that dude. I felt that.
Turn your attention to Gary Russell's last opponent.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. We were talking about that guy. We talked about Gary. I told you I like Gary for a moment. I was like, who is this guy talking reckless? Told Floyd to shut up. He gonna smack Tank. He gonna I want to see him fight somebody. And you not fighting nobody? Nobody?
Oh Lord, that dude funny, man.
I saw that JoJo Diaz fight. He did his thing against JoJo Diaz, but I'm like, come on, I need you to fight somebody. Kiko Martinez. No disrespect to you, Kiko. No disrespect to you, Kiko. You might roll up on me and say, "Hey, bro, I heard you talking there." No disrespect, but I'm saying,
You talking real crazy on the internet.
yeah, you talking internet gangster, huh? No.
That sounds like one of those fake boxing names you come up with at random video game. Kiko
What's all right?
Martinez.
Sound
Kiko
like
Martinez.
a fight night name, right?
Wow,
Yeah,
yeah.
man.
But I'm
Yeah.
saying though, that's why I can't rock
So-
with a lot of these dudes that.
So what do you guys think about Tio and Haney? You think that's gonna go down, and who wins that?
It should go down. I mean, who else are they gonna fight in that division? Don't want to fight Lomo, which is crazy.
I think Tio's kind of ducking Lomachenko. I think Lomachenko gives him a hell of a fight.
He's doing everything in
I
his
mean, the first
power.
fight
He's
was
doing
no- I
everything
mean,
in his
he-
power
he
not to
done
fight
it.
Lomachenko again. He don't
said
want to
what?
fight. He doing everything in his power not to fight Lomachenko again.
Yeah, because the first fight was, I mean, it wasn't like he's everybody acting like Teofimo destroyed Lomachenko or something. Like maybe my eyes wrong or something. I don't know. I saw a pretty good fight.
Tio
won.
is trying to take the easiest route to me possible. He doesn't want to fight Loma again. He doesn't want to fight Devin Haney. He's looking for like Ryan Garcia. Everybody looking for Ryan Garcia. And then he's okay with fighting Josh Taylor. So like he's okay with losing to Josh Taylor. Because to me, if he fights Josh Taylor, he loses.
Because
But
Josh
it would
Taylor
be
favored.
but it would be like, but to me, I wouldn't give him no credit for taking that fight because it would be like the equivalent to Kell Brook moving up to fight Triple G or Amir Khan moving up to fight Canelo. It's
Would it
like
be that bad as Amir Khan moving up to fight Canelo?
it's not that bad, but it's somewhere in the middle. It's like
Okay.
it's up there. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like you're not gonna win. You got people in your division, and so you're gonna move up and wait, even though you got people in your division that you're gonna fight.
That
But
you
you're
can make
moving
good
up,
fights with, maybe
right?
great fights with.
Yeah, but you're gonna move up. Like
I mean, you got
That's how I kinda
unfinished
look at
business in your division. You can just clean after you clean out the top fighters in your division. Okay, move up then.
And you know what he's gonna do, and I suspect he's gonna do if he does get a fight with Josh Taylor. I suspect he's gonna move up, fight Josh Taylor, lose, then try to go back down and fight Devin Haney and these other guys
Trash.
after he's lost already
Trash.
to Josh Taylor. Kind of like what Kell Brook did, because these dudes don't want to lose to their rivals. They don't want to lose those fights that people are, that they're betting on and things like that. They would rather go into fights as an underdog. No expectations and lose a fight like that, then have to fight in a fight where it's competitive and, there's a lot of bragging rights and things like that. And that was another thing that made Fury Wilder trilogy so good. The fact that it was so much bragging rights and everything that was on the line for them two guys. That's what makes a good fight. All that back and forth that goes on between the two fighters.
Yeah, when you don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah,
when you don't exactly.
That's what I'm saying. But they
50-50.
don't want to be in fights like that. They want to be in fights that they can win. I know I can beat this person. Now, when Teofimo, before he got the belt, he knew for sure that he could beat Lomachenko. But when he got in the ring with him, he was like, not as easy as I thought. I did it, but not as easy as I thought. So maybe that's why he don't want to give him a second chance.
Marianne G says Tank is a quality fighter. The guy's talent is being ruined by terrible management. Tank owns 135. Tank owns 130. Tank could even own 140.
I know he don't own nothing. What he own 135? We ain't speaking on ifs and fifths. If was a fifth, we all be drunk. Don't tell me he fought Gamboa on one leg and he owns 35. Stop the cap. He didn't own 30 because he only had one belt. Did he even have two belts? Stop the cap. Because he beat Leo Santa Cruz, a 126 pounder. Stop the cap. Tank can fight.
What you said? If ifs were fifths, everybody be drunk.
Everybody be drunk. Everybody talking about if this happened, if that happened, if this happened, if we did this, if. No. We gonna stick to the facts. He's a good fighter. We all agree on that. He has skill, he has speed, got power, he got pretty good defense. He got better defense than I thought. But you're not gonna tell me he fought Gamboa, and Gamboa's 100 years old at 135, and you telling me he owns 35. Stop the cap. He didn't fight Lomachenko at 130. What other champions did he fight at 130?
Wow. Marianne V says, yeah, man, very good point. Tank doesn't talk any shit compared to the rest of these guys. Yeah, he
what you
really
mean?
don't.
Because you don't talk. That mean you get a pass? No, you a fighter. You getting paid to fight, and then you get promoted by Floyd Mayweather. You shouldn't have to talk.
Well,
Floyd Mayweather's your manager.
I'm not saying that he don't deserve no criticism. I'm just saying for that reason I don't criticize him as heavily as I do other dudes. But he deserves his criticism. I ain't about to sit up here and defend and cape for no Tank.
You know how much money I could have gave this dude to watch him fight. I'm mad because I wanted to trick off my money to watch him fight, and I'm upset about that. That I couldn't trick off my money on this dude to watch him fight. Paul,
you can't be in a division with all these dudes, man. With Teofimo Lopez and JoJo Diaz and what's the dude name from Philly? Tevin Farmer. You can't, man. Everybody wanted to see that Tevin Farmer fight. I can't believe that didn't happen. That's crazy to me.
Here's the thing: is I think Tank beats most of those guys. That's the crazy thing about
I think
it.
so
everybody
too.
does, but he didn't get in the ring. Why?
It's too close of competition. It's too close.
That's all I'm saying. So Tank Davis, Marianne G, I do apologize, and with all due respect, Tank Davis don't own none. Nothing. Hell of a fighter. Hell of a fighter.
Area G said
agree.
Tank beats all the boys from 135. He's already cleared 140. He's a bit of a prick though.
Very true.
I need to see him beat top competition. What's his top competition?
He said Taylor beats all of the boys from 135. Yeah, Taylor. He's already cleared 140.
My fault. Yeah.
I did say Tank, but I just, it's shit. It's what 120 and something in the morning over here. Shit. I'm
we can call you guys out.
For real. Marianne G also says Tank is legit, man. If he fights these guys, he can beat them all. But that's the point. He ain't fighting them. He fighting Rolly.
That's the point. That's the point. So we don't even he passed the eye test. He passed the eye test, but how many people passed the eye test that weren't really it?
But part of it is because because of the fan appeal that Tank has. He makes those big shows in Atlanta. He sells out whole entire stadiums. He makes it a spectacle. Check me knock out this guy, just like how we did Santa Cruz or whatever.
True.
Everybody knew that knockout was coming, and Santa Cruz actually gave him a pretty decent fight. But if his fans would request that from him, I think Tank, being a fighter, would probably fulfill that, because
they wouldn't. They're not gonna do it.
I think he's got the most amount of punching power in those three divisions, and I think he's got the skills possibly to beat all of them. I think he might have some trouble with Haney, but I think he beats or has a good chance against anybody there.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree totally. But the thing is, we don't know until you get in the ring. You pass the eye test. That's why you sell out, because everybody say, "Okay, you are a star." No, you're not a star till you do star-worthy things. Right. I mean, you can get sales. Okay, you got your sales. Okay, you got your fan crowd following all that. That's good. That's fine and dandy. But you're not that guy until you get in the ring with those other guys.
That's why I think them being tested like Haney was his last fight, and then them talking about how he got exposed, that he's got a glass chin, this and that, whatever. That's not showing no weakness. Everybody's been rocked. Even the best ever has been rocked. Everybody's been hurt. That doesn't expose anybody. But I think, again, because, and just getting back real quick, because you guys said that Floyd didn't take anything away from boxing. He took that away from boxing. Everybody, all these newcomers are trying to keep their O, and they're not putting themselves in the situation. And when you're not putting yourselves in the best fights, the problem is that people are not entertained. And when people are not entertained, they seek other avenues. And I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the UFC came around in Floyd's reign. Why? Because UFC was giving everybody what they wanted. They were putting the best against the best. And when these new cats came around, they started saying, we're about to change shit up. We're going to put the best up against the best. I don't watch UFC anymore. Why? Because boxing is getting really, really good. Why? Because they're starting to give us a little bit more of what we deserve, which is the best boxers against the best boxers. That's what everybody wants to see. Even if they take the L. I want to see it.
But how can you blame Floyd for what these other dudes doing? You can't blame
created
Floyd.
the
I mean,
culture.
you can't blame Floyd because he was undefeated, making $100 million a fight. I mean, that's that man. I mean, you can't blame Floyd for what Tank doing if Tank don't want to take the fights. But Floyd's the manager, so let me throw that one out the window. You can't blame Floyd for Earl Spence and the rest of these dudes out here doing by.
They're following that. They're following that blueprint.
True, but I mean, but if I saw you make $100 million and I okay, and I got the recipe book from you. Oh, please believe I'm following step by step, because I want that same coinage in my pocket. He did this at this time, and okay to the T.
But here's the thing. It worked for Floyd because it's Floyd.
That's what I'm saying.
Spence ain't Floyd. Tank ain't Floyd.
Ain't none on Floyd.
Exactly. So it's like you can't follow a game plan that doesn't work for you specifically. There is nobody in boxing right now that's a Floyd. Everybody talks about this is the next Floyd. This is the next Floyd. There ain't no next Floyd. You guys need to get over that. There ain't no next Floyd. These guys are gonna take L's, and it's gonna be good for boxing.
That's what I'm saying. We can't put that on Floyd because he did like Sinatra said, he did it his way. You can't blame Floyd because he did it his way. Oh, what is this? Rolling.
Your boy right here. This your boy.
Which that's gonna be the best. You ain't gonna even punch like that in the fight.
He's crazy.
Why he acting like a clown?
Yo,
that's clown shit right there. So if you go in the ring, then get knocked out, then what?
Yo, shout out to Rollies. His big mouth I gave him a payday.
Hey, sometimes them paydays ain't worth it.
Big boy, man.
I mean, he gonna have to be big to take them shots. He gonna have to be big to take them shots. He ain't gonna be able to sit there and do that against Tank. No. We are rolling.
You ain't impressed?
Not at all. I seen Tank Davis workouts, and I seen his hand speed, and I seen him in action. Hey, Tank gonna hurt this guy. Tank gonna hurt this guy. He's too slow. He's very slow, and I don't know how good his defense is.
Not only that, but he telegraphs and then he yells right before he's about to throw his punch. It's like, let him
my God,
that you're about to punch him.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah,
man. But you know, one thing I will say though about this fight, even though I don't like it, and I haven't made that position clear yet, I don't like this fight. But I think the build up to this fight is gonna be entertaining. I think it's gonna be a real entertaining build up. This dude Rolly talks a lot of shit, you know what I mean? And I've never really seen Tank other than Tevin Farmer, because Tevin Farmer was talking shit. But you know what? Even though Tevin Farmer was talking shit to Tank, Tevin Farmer for the most part was pretty respectful to Tank.
Right,
but
because he was trying to give him the ring.
Yeah, he was pretty respectful to Tank. But this Rolly dude seems like hellified disrespectful. So it's gonna be interesting.
He's gonna get knocked the fuck out.
It's gonna be interesting to see.
You saw what Tank. You saw how Tank knocked out. Remember how Tank knocked out Leo?
Yeah.
That was nasty. We're gonna get some of that.
Well, Rolly got some power though. Have you seen Tank in the ring with anybody who had power though, like Rolly?
He's slow. His hands are slow.
His hands are
like I said, Tank got better defense than I actually thought. Because I had to go back and watch a couple of his fights. Tank got some pretty good defense. Rolly's not the fastest guy in the world.
No, he's not.
That's what I'm saying. And yeah, Tank got some hammers in his hands.
Yeah, he telegraphs a lot. And he's very robotic. He doesn't really have no type of rhythm to his punches, how he throws them. And it looks like he's loading up as he's throwing those punches too. So it's gonna be very difficult for him in this fight. But I'm gonna enjoy the build-up. I'm gonna enjoy the press conference. I'm gonna be watching it. live. You know what I mean? I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna enjoy all the build up that has to do with this fight, you know, and enjoy it while it lasts. But after this fight, man, I mean, we need to see Tank in there with somebody who's
It's
worth.
not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Ain't gonna happen.
If you didn't get in there with one of those
I
guys,
gotta hold my
at
breath.
Lomo,
That's for
or
sure.
one of those guys at 35, or one of those guys at 30. I mean, well, he at 140 right now. He's still at 40, right?
Tank, right?
Yeah.
Is this Rolly fight at 140? I'm not sure.
I think it might be at 135.
35? Oh, he went back down.
He move around you do anything, 30, 35, 40. If the pick is right, do it.
So if you go back down 35, you telling me you're not trying to fight T.O. or Devin?
That's what I'm saying. His legacy is gonna be tainted if you don't fight.
It's already tainted.
Yeah, it's
the
already
fact you didn't get Lomachenko, I'm gonna hold that one against him forever. Forever in a day. This dude called your name too many times.
No Lomachenko, no Tevin Farmer, no. I mean, we can go down a little list, man. It's stacking up against
his resume is supposed to be outstanding right now.
It should be
outstanding.
And Ellerby says that he's the greatest thing in boxing right now. But
how?
He's putting on maybe the greatest shows in Atlanta.
How? I mean, a chef can make a shit sandwich look good.
Yeah.
Does that mean it's a good meal? If you know it's a shit sandwich, I'm just saying. So it could be a shit sandwich. I mean, yeah. I gotta know if is this steak or is this shit? I need to know.
It's shit.
Shit. Yeah, man. I don't know.
But I like Tank though. He's a good fighter. I ain't gonna say I like him. He's a good fighter.
He's a nice guy too. Fighter. It seems like just on the interviews that he's seen, he seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he don't seem like no asshole. None. But I'm saying I don't know nothing about. I'm not gonna speak on nothing but the boxing. So I don't know nothing about none of the other stuff that's going along with him. But inside the ring, he got everything. He got everything that you want. Everything.
All right. So hold on, y'all. Hold on, interrupt. But we gotta talk about something serious here, man. My guy, Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade, coming back into the ring.
Andrade.
He's coming back. He's coming back to the ring.
Go.
Who Andrade fighting?
Man, he's not fighting nobody who you gonna want to hear about.
But for some reason, people don't want to fight this guy. I mean, I'm not no Andrade fan. I'm not saying, I'm not saying he's poo-poo slaw or whatever, but for some reason, they don't want to get in the ring when they don't want to come close to this guy. If he was easy cherry picking, somebody would have came and got his strap a long time ago and sat him down.
I want a serious answer from you guys. You guys consider Boo Boo Andrade elite skills? You think that those are elite skills? Be honest.
Go first, Jennings.
Elite. I'm not gonna say elite. It's elite. Like it's on par with like a Bud Crawford or even a Tank Davis. But like I said, for some strange reason, people seem to think he's more skilled than we give him credit for because they don't want to fight him. He can only fight bombs. None of the top guys want to fight him. From 54, now 160. For some reason, it's something about his skills that we don't see. That those guys that are professional fighters, they see that. So they don't want to get nowhere near him, no matter how much money he give them.
Well, I'm gonna say this, Raphael, because I see you looking at you're looking at Andrade very side eye right now. like the look in your eye is disrespectful. You don't even have to say it. I can see a glint in your eye that's just disrespectful towards Andrade. I'm gonna say this, right? Andrade is definitely an awkward fighter, right? But if you're looking at him, you're looking at his skills through a purist perspective, right? What can't he do on the ring? He can fight off his back foot, he can fight off his front foot, he can counterpunch well, he can pot shot, he can fight left-handed, he can fight right-handed, he can do it all in the ring. There's not much he can't do. And then he has a little bit of power on top of that. He can move his legs. He has good speed. He has good power. The guy is very balanced as far as a fighter is concerned. But in addition to that, he's awkward. He's hard to hit. He's everything that most fighters do not want to fight.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And because of that, we haven't seen him in the ring with a lot of the guys that we want to see him in the ring with. You know, and unfortunately, we have so many receipts to point to of guys willfully not wanting to get in the ring with Andrade, you know. So I saw what your eyes did there for a second. You know what I'm saying? I saw what your eyes did there. But we got to look at what the facts are when it comes to this guy. And if we're looking at him through a purist perspective, as far as what he can do it all and do it all at a very high level, you know. So what do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about that? I'm sure you got a lot to say. I'm interested.
Where do I even start? I think I don't think he's a horrible fighter like Canelo says, right? I don't think he's a great fighter. That's for sure. I don't think he's a great fighter. And
Canelo don't want it.
I would have to agree with both of you guys. You know, he's been avoided by a couple of people already for whatever reason. His awkward style, you know, he doesn't put ass in seats.
No, that's not a good excuse. Don't put ass in seats. I don't want to hear that. That's cap when somebody say that. Don't put ass in seats. There's only a few fighters put ass in seats, so we can stop that.
Unfortunately, that matters to some people. You know, I think one of the reasons why Tank went over for Barrios is because Barrios had a huge following in San Antonio. So, you know, he's trying to pick up all those Hispanic fans. But anyways, getting back to Boo Boo, for whatever reason, he got avoided for his style, for, you know, the circumstance or whatever the hell happened. But he also didn't put himself in the right situations. I don't know if that was management or if that's him specifically. But if you wanted those big fights, you need to force yourself into those specific situations. And I feel like they're at 160. Those guys were all standing around waiting for a paycheck, not really trying to fight each other. And when you have that, then you run the risk of being stepped over for whatever reason. If they're scared to see you, you know, in the ring with their favorite fighter, whatever it is, right? People would demand, like, I know he really wants the Canelo fight. People would demand that fight if he was runner up, whooping ass. You know what I'm saying? People would be like, "What's up, Canelo? Why can't you take this guy?" People would demand that from Canelo. The problem is that Boo Boo, I don't think he's a great fighter. To be honest, I don't think he's a very technically. I think he has attributes, and I think he has some skill. He has some power, but the power really goes away. I mean, he hasn't really put anybody's lights out. He hurts people in the first, second round, third round, but he can't really put anyone's lights out. He just didn't put himself in that situation, unfortunately. I think, unlike Tank, you know, his resume might go down by all the people that ducked him, you know, and make him look positive, versus Tank, you know, all the people that he ducked.
Go ahead, our Janice. It sounded like you had a lot you wanted to say.
No, he says he said so. I was gonna say something, but I had to catch myself because you're still going.
Write it down, bro. Write it down.
I should have wrote it down.
I heard you buffering over there. I'm like, okay, all right,
but I'm just saying. But the thing about Andrade, I mean, what else can he do? I mean, he go to your press conference. I want to fight you. I mean, what else can somebody do besides say I want to fight you? Send you a contract. They can't do nothing else if you don't want to get in the ring.
Well, I think the biggest thing what Rafael is saying, Rafael's looking at his skill set and just doesn't feel like the skill set is there. That's what I'm getting a lot from his assessment, you know. And that's cool. You know, you're entitled to your opinion there. It's really an eye test thing, you know.
Champ.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he might not be the best. I mean, Marcus Madonna didn't have the best skills, but he can fight. There's been plenty of dudes that look trash, look like they have no business in the ring, but they still can fight. So when people say, "Well, you're scared," I mean, everybody not gonna look like Ali off the back foot Floyd throwing that straight right hand. It's not gonna be pretty like that. Or count or check left hooks. It ain't gonna be pretty like that. Or Tyson going body head. It ain't gonna be pretty like that.
I mean, you know, Arjuna's beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's just his style just isn't beautiful to Rafael. I look at his style.
Dubs and L's. Did you get the dub or did you get the L? I don't care if you pretty. I don't care if you did this well. I don't care if you did that well. Did you win or did you lose? That's what it comes down to. Dubs and L's.
Oh, you know that they got levels to winning and losing now.
I know, but he mastered the bottom level. now he's trying to get up because he fought all the dudes at the bottom. Now he's just trying to work his way up. So he done mastered the bottom level.
He's been at the bottom though.
That's what I'm saying. He mastered that. Now he's trying to work his way up. 2-division champ. I mean, it's been a lot of dudes that fought dudes they got dudes on their resumes that didn't put butts in the seat. Some dudes we ain't never heard of, they still gave him a shot. So the excuse of he looks awkward or he don't put butt, I don't know. All those are excuses. Excuses like assholes. We all got them. Those excuses. You paid to fight. This man's one of the best, whether you like his style or not. Whether you got him, no matter where you got him ranked at 160 right now, he whether you like him or not, he in the top 5, top 4, whatever, because he's a champion in that division, and nobody wants to fight him.
Absolutely, ain't no refuting that. Ain't no refuting that at all.
And if that's a fact, if this dude top 4, 5, or 3 in the division, a champion, a 2-division champ, why can't he get anybody to fight him? Unless for some reason they won't get in the ring with him.
Yeah, they won't.
So here's my question to that. What does he need to do this late in his career
He can't do
get that same insured fight?
He can't do nothing. What he's done it all. He crashed press conferences. He's called people out. What can any fighter do? What can any fight if nobody wants to fight you? What can you do? People can keep bypassing you and duck, especially if they got people that apologize to them.
Well, you know, and that's why I'm like excited to talk about his fight right now. Like, even though I'm not excited about the fight itself, I'm excited that he's back in the ring again. Because really, that's all it comes down to. All you could do is really just stay busy, and as these people get in front of you, you knock them down. But I do agree with a little bit with what Rafael says is he's not creating those knockouts and those spectacular wins like what a lot of fans want to see him create. But that's still not an excuse for people not fighting.
That's what I'm saying. There ain't no excuse.
Ain't no excuse for people not fighting.
Pure knockout artist right now. It ain't too many pure knockout artists. So stop the cap. Don't get in the ring with them. People want to see good fights. Whether dude fight ugly or not, if he getting a good fight with somebody, even if he's a ugly fighter, people still gonna watch him.
Yeah, I'm glad that my guy's back in the ring and he's getting ready to fight again. It's gonna happen, I think, next month. I think he's fighting Jay Quigley, which Quigley, you know, I know.
Oh my goodness! I hope he don't lose, because if he lose, you guy gonna be like, I told you.
Any given Sunday, any given Sunday.
Hey man, but what can you do though? Just like Arjuna said, man. If guys don't want to fight you, you know, you can only fight who wants to fight you. So you know, and in his case, it's not cherry picking gone wrong. It's fighting who wants to fight him and doing whatever he can do in order to stay busy. Because you know, if it's up to whether or not he can land a big fight, the guy he wouldn't have fought in years, you know, probably years since he got a fight. So he might as well just fight these guys, and hopefully he has good performances against them. Hopefully he knocks out quickly, and that could present some sort of buzz for a big fight later on down the road.
I don't even think if he knocks him out, I don't even think he's still gonna create a buzz. I still don't think it's gonna happen.
Even if he knocks him out,
even if he knock him out, he can knock out everybody else that he's fought. That he's gonna fight in the future. I still think he's gonna be avoided. Some people they treat like the plague.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they're scared of him. I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is that for some reason, whatever reason you want to bring up, for some reason they don't want to get in the ring with him. But they've gotten in the ring with other dudes that didn't put butts in the seats, that weren't knockout artists, that were ugly, sloppy fighters. So all that goes out the window. When I look at your resume and I don't see superior boxers that were knockout artists on your resume, there were champions that sold out arenas, and I see those on your resume, you don't have no excuse for not fighting Boo Andrade. if he in your weight class. You have 0.
True enough.
If he's looking for that payday from Canelo,
It ain't happening.
he is going to have to first off move up to 168 because Canelo's not going down to 160 for him. He needs to move up to 160, and then he needs to knock out, or he has to have a similar resume as Canelo, and then finish better. Because if he finishes better than Canelo, then people would demand that fight.
How many years that's going to take? That's what I'm saying.
That's
How
what
many
I'm
years that's
saying.
going to take?
That's
And Boo Boo's not 28.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't even know that, his situation, his management, bad timing, whatever it was, it didn't work in, to Andre's favor, when he was, in that division, ready to fight, these big guys. It didn't work out, and he kind of got left behind. And I honestly think that he's not a very impressive fighter to me.
I mean, that's on one way to find out.
And he doesn't really have spectacular fights. He wins fights. I don't think
that's what it comes down to. Winning or losing. You can win spectacularly. I can beat you by 50, or I can beat you by 1. At the end of the day, you still got beat. You barely beat me, but I still whooped that ass though. That's all that matters. I still whooped that ass though.
Canelo's breaking bones, so he wants a spectacular fight. I think that's one of the reasons.
What's his name? Avini Yamir. What's the guy name he fought? Yes, that was spectacular. He got that was a title fight. He fought him. What's up?
I think the reason I think it was a mandatory. I think what it turned.
There wasn't no mandatory. There wasn't no mandatory. Stop the cap. No mandatory.
That's what the WBO.
How was he the mandatory? How was he the mandatory?
It was a layup for Europe. They gave him a paycheck. They were nice to him and they gave him a paycheck. Everybody knows that. He didn't belong in the ring with
that's
Canelo,
what I'm saying. But Canelo gave him a shot.
The reason why
I
think Canelo is willing to give Charlo a shot and not really Boo Boo is, I know this sounds crazy, but Canelo's thinking about filling up stadiums, and the Charlos can fill up a Texas stadium.
I mean,
and Texas is full of Mexicans.
He was at 54 and 60 with him.
Texas is like little Mexico. They can fill. He just filled 70,000 seats in Dallas, so he's looking at making a spectacular show too. And he's not trying to fight them dudes. Have that.
I don't think that matters.
He's not gonna fight them dudes. People come up with them pipe dreams. He gonna fight this guy. Any guy that's a threat to Canelo Alvarez that's about the same age as him, he's not gonna fight him. That's how he gets down.
Who beats Canelo right now?
There's a couple guys that give a chance to beat him. I get Andrade a decent shot at it. I get Charlo a decent shot.
I'm saying who beats. No, I'm not saying.
I don't know. I think Canelo Rest may full of holes. So I think really been tested.
I think Better Beef beats him. I think Bivol beats him.
Beef might knock his dick in there.
I think Benavidez gives him a really tough fight and possibly beats him.
Now that would have been a good fight instead of Caleb Plant.
I think Andrade can beat him too. I think Andrade will box some circles around him. It'll be a tough fight though, because if Canelo could catch him with something and knock him out, so that'll be a real good fight. Canelo's beatable. It's not. I don't think he's. A lot of people make him to be like he's unbeatable. He's not.
Because he fought these. Because against Rocky Fielding, he's unbeatable. Okay, against Caleb Plant, he's unbeatable. But when you give him like a Benavidez, I'm not saying Benavidez is gonna beat him, but that's a interesting fight.
Yeah.
Andrade, that's an interesting fight. Charlo is another interesting fight. I'm not saying them dudes can beat him, but come on now.
They're good. There's some good fights out there for Canelo. I think we all want to see him in some of those fights, not necessarily Caleb Plant. That's where a lot of the frustration comes
Billy
from.
Joe Saunders
to Canelo, but. This is what it is. Hopefully we get some of these fights soon is all I'm trying to say. But for me, this is about Andrade, not about Canelo. Andrade is about to fight
anybody.
Yeah, exactly. And that's another thing, too. When you get that high of a guarantee.
I'm fighting bum, so I don't blame Canelo.
I'm going to make money regardless.
I'm just talking about, I'm just speaking from the person that's on the bottom level. I'm not a millionaire. I'm a thousandaire. So, you know, I want to spend my money. I trick my money off certain ways. I want to trick my money off on good fights.
Oh,
And if you
confession.
get paid 35 million to fight bums,
Confession's coming out.
huh?
I said,
Yeah, I'm confessing.
confessions.
Yeah, I'm confessing. I'm confessing. I want to trick my money off in different ways, you know, but he don't want to take my money because he getting 35 mil to fight Billy Joe Saunders and Yamini and Caleb Plant. So I don't blame him, but I want him to up the competition, but he ain't gonna do it. Why does he have to if he getting 35 mil to fight bombs? I do the same thing.
I know to you guys they're bums, but he's fought nothing but
My fault,
champions
not
the
bombs,
last
not
11
bombs.
months.
Dudes is not on his
Nothing but-
level.
He's defeated nothing but champions in the last
Okay,
11 months.
I mean, them dudes not better than Andrade. Ain't none of them dudes he fought at 168 better than Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade. I'd take Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade over any of them dudes he fought at 68.
Yo,
No matter what you think about Andrade's skill, Andrade beats Billy Joe Saunders.
Billy Joe Saunders gives Andrade hell.
Andrade beats Billy Joe. That's why Billy Joe had to do that dope. That's why he had that dope in the system because he knew what was gonna happen.
I'm gonna tell you one thing, Rafael, that you probably not gonna agree with, but if you really think about it, it's kind of true. I put Canelo kind of in the same boat as I put Tank Davis with how they maneuver their career and just how they fight guys who kind of have names and who may be champions at divisions, but they kind of look for the weakest champion in the weakest division in order to like do things in and then move around their weight and kind of miss out on big fights that they should be fighting. I kind of put them in the same, and they're both talented. They both have skills. They both, you know, you have to give them some level of credit. Tank is worse because Tank is fighting regular champions instead of super champions. At least Canelo's fighting the super champions for the most part.
35 mil.
And get 35 million, right? Right. But
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, but I kind of put them in the same category, you know, as far as just how they maneuver and things like that. You know, that's why, you know, even you, Arjun, you give Canelo a little more credit than me because you put Canelo in your pound for pound. I don't really put Canelo in pound for pound in 5. I put him maybe in the top 10, but I don't put him on my top 5 pound for pound. Speaking of that, man, Rafael, what's your top pound for pound, Rafael?
I have to have Usyk number 1, Cinnamon number 2.
Who you say 2?
Josh Taylor.
He got Cinnamon number 2.
Cinnamon number 2. Okay, go ahead.
Josh Taylor number 3. Bud Crawford number 4.
Disrespectful.
But why do you have Crawford? Why do you have Taylor over Crawford?
Disrespectful.
Yo, you have to give people credit when they sweep. I mean,
but Terrence Crawford did.
He swept 140 before Taylor did.
There's in his weight division, right? Welterweight, he had some unfinished business. I think, you know,
nobody wants to fight him. What can he do? That's why I say.
But even outside of that, this is his 3rd division, though. He already did it at 140.
35, 40, 40.
Go ahead. Go
ahead with me now. 35, 40, 47.
He has real competition here at 147. And I think he's by far the best welterweight by far. But he needs to prove it, and he needs to put himself in those fights. I think he has great skills. He might be the most talented boxer out there right now. But like you guys said, you got to put yourself in those situations and see if you come out on the other side. And I can't put you, number 1 fighter or number 2 fighter when in your own welterweight class you haven't really fought the very best. I mean, he hasn't fought a Thurman. He hasn't fought a Spence. I think he beat Spence, right? But he hasn't fought a Spence. He hasn't fought a Porter. I mean, I think Porter gives him a hell of a fight. I want to.
They had to make Sean Porter fight this guy. They had to make him. This is mandatory.
Name one person Sean Porter has ducked. That he's been in there with everybody.
Terrence Bud Crawford. You were the number 1 mandatory challenger for the WBO belt for almost 2 years, and you didn't activate your mandatory. You didn't. People had blogs and everything about how can he activate it, can he not activate it. Folks broke up the WBO rule book on how to activate it, and you had that chance for 2 years. You telling this dude he your friend, blah blah blah. Look, I don't go by what people say. I watch their actions. And if you had
It's
2
all
years to
opinion,
fight
bro.
this guy,
That's
you had
what-
2
that's
years
what
to
the
fight this guy. 2 years. And then during that, you're like, well, I want more money than I ever made in any fight to fight this guy. You're not a champion. And do you want more money from their company than your company willing to pay you? Stop the cap. That's duck language, like my guy be saying, duck language.
So
Duck.
so getting back just real quick to the Bud Spence and the negotiations with that when Bud believed that he deserved 50-50. And I know to you ass and seats don't really matter, but in business and filling out stadiums and paying these fighters, ass and seats do matter. And the bottom line is Spence had a much larger fan base, and he was able to fill much larger stadiums than Bud Crawford.
So Logan Paul,
In my
Logan Paul's
opinion,
the A side too, right?
since we pretty much all three agree that Bud Crawford is the best talent at the welterweight division, he should have taken that. He should have taken that because he would have become the A side, and then he would have been rolling through the division after taking care of his number one opponent, Spence. Now, after Spence had that injury, I don't think Spence is the same. Even if he goes in there and beats Spence, I don't think he gets the same credit. Why? Because he didn't hit it when it was right. It's the same thing that I say about
Because
Tank.
he's Terrence Bud Crawford.
If Tank don't hit these guys at the right time, he's gonna lose a lot of credit.
Man, oh man, oh man. Let me give you guys my top three. I should probably do a separate live about that. Actually, should I give it out right here? I don't know. I think I'm gonna do it another time.
Go and drop them jewels.
I'm gonna do it another time, man. I'm gonna do it another time. Do that
All
time.
right, guys, it's already 1:00. Actually, I've had a ton of fun, and I've been listening to you guys for 4 hours. The reason I had never even jumped on live, but I'm like, man, this is pretty getting pretty good, and I knew the conversation was going to get even better. So.
Yeah, man. Nah, man. Yeah, man. Go to sleep, man. I don't, you probably got work in the morning, but I appreciate you joining us, man. I try to do this as often as possible, man, because it is fun to be out here and talk boxing. So, but yeah, man, go ahead and do your thing, man. And hopefully next time you catch us on the live, hit that notification bell so you can hop on next time.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Have a good night, man.
All right, man. Have a good one.
All right, man.
Yeah. I don't know what's up with that Josh Taylor of a Bud Crawford thing, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why I understand why this guy got so many. I'm not gonna say haters. He got so many people that want to discredit him. So many people want to discredit him. I don't know why.
I'm not gonna get my top three, but I have Bud number one. I'll say that off the top, but I ain't gonna get my top three. I got Bud number one right now.
I don't see why. I mean, I understand you get judged on what you do. Like Marion G said, he fought no one at 147, but why has he not fought anyone at 147? It's not from him, not from his lack of trying. And
also, I broke this down in my last live where a lot of people they say, "Oh, he ain't fought nobody at 147," but if he ain't fought nobody at 147, he fought Jeff Horn and Kell Brook. Kell Brook beat the dude Sean Porter, who y'all talking about, who y'all want Terrence to fight. Facts. So I mean, like, how much more credible? You know what I'm saying? He beat
Pacquiao.
And Horn beat Pacquiao. That's the more credible guy than anybody at welterweight has on their entire resume. Nobody at welterweight
like that.
Nobody at welterweight can say they beat Pacquiao. So
Ugas. But
Ugas now.
I mean, but was that really Pacquiao?
The one that fought Ugas? Nah.
Yeah, was that really Pacquiao?
That was a Pacquiao for 2-year layoff and a dude that's running for president who probably was
the president.
Yeah, he started campaigning during training camp.
I'll let you punch me if you vote for me.
Yeah, for real. Dude was printing up signs and making T-shirts and stuff like that during training camp. But yeah, man, people always try to like discredit Bud, man, and I really don't get it. Like, why this dude don't get his props? The dude goes out of his way to fight everybody. You know what I'm saying? Everybody goes out of his way. He show up to dudes' fights. You know what I'm saying?
Dudes got to call security. I don't want him here in my fight.
Please remove this gentleman, please.
That's what I'm saying. But people don't talk about that though. This
But-
one of these dudes that's in this division that y'all say one of the top guys that he ain't fought. It's his fault he ain't fought him. How you know this dude want to fight?
It's just true.
That's what I'm saying. He offered him 60-40. He should have took it. What if he would say, okay, then it turned to 70-30. Then it would have been 80-20, 90-10. I mean, I mean, you got to get in the ring with the guy, but I mean, it's only at a point of time, it's gonna be disrespectful. You not Oscar De La Hoya, my guy. You not Oscar De. You just got 2 belts. Just got 2 belts.
Well, we already know all that was duck language to begin with. You know what I'm saying? But it's like you know, dudes will rather look past that and blame Bud rather than look at what the facts is. You know.
That's what I'm saying. Like you got Andrade. I'm not an Andrade fan, but for some reason, these dudes don't want to get in the ring with him. So I gotta look back at Andrade like, damn, is he better than I thought? Let me look at him again. Because for some reason, nobody want to get in the ring with him. Triple G, Charlo, Canelo, the other Charlo. I'm like,
they want no parts of him.
That's what I'm saying. They just gonna you fight ugly. You don't put butts in the seats. But he got hands though.
Nah, the whole bust in the seat thing, man. That's clearly but duck language. Because I mean, we could look at everybody that these dudes done fought, and 95% of them don't put no damn butts in no seats.
That's what I always tell people. That's what I always tell people. This dude, who he fought? Okay, well, look at this dude resume. He fought a whole bunch of dudes that fought nobody, but they got a shot. So if you give a bum a shot, you got to give a top fighter or a champion. I mean, there's no way around it. Yeah. No way around it.
Yeah, it's just facts, man. Dude out here, Crawford said Crawford versus Usyk, undisputed run. Usyk is much more impressive.
How so? How so?
I mean, a lot of people call 140 a weak division, but I think cruiserweight is a weak division.
It's a lot of weak. That's what I'm saying. So how is cruiserweight much better than 140 when Bud was in there? I mean, Bud can't help it that he couldn't fight Danny Garcia because Danny saw him coming and left. Well, Danny didn't want to fight Victor Postal.
Right, so, ran from Victor Postal.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. Then fought Julius Ndongo. Julius Ndongo was unified. I mean, ain't that what Errol Spence is? Unified in the division? I don't see how.
He got as many belts as Ndongo, right? But he a superstar.
Right. Right. That's what dudes try to always hit it with. Marianne G says Bud may want to fight. Bud may want to fight, but he hasn't. And we can give props because he's being avoided. Absolutely.
You can't give him props because he said you can't give him props because he's been avoided.
Or you can't give him props.
So if you want to fight me, Marianne G, and I keep avoiding you, how can people blame you for me not fighting you? That doesn't make sense. If I'm constantly asking, fight, let's do it, and you don't do it, well, I'm doing this or I'm doing that, or who are you? And so what does that mean?
And that's why I want to do a whole live about my pound for pound, because my pound for pound list is going to really disturb people. It really is, because it's going to be disturbing to a lot of people, because my list is going to be based on a lot of what my list is going to be based on is how many people don't want to fight that fighter. You know what I'm saying? And how many people are avoiding them, and then also based on the people that have fought. You know, like dudes like Canelo, how many people they avoided. So people like that are going to be way low on my list, and people that are avoided are going to be way higher on my list. That's going to be part of how I do my list. And I think that's how boxing fans need to do their list and how they need to carry themselves in general. Because if you're not giving a fighter credit for being avoided, then that means that you're giving fighters credit for avoiding other fighters. Fact. Ain't that what that mean?
That means you give them credit for ducking. You give them excuses for running.
How can you give somebody credit for being a duck?
Hey.
And not really proving that they're the best fighter out there in the division.
But they're going to tell you they're the best fighter in the division.
And that's what boxing fans need to talk about. See, and that's why, just based on how people handle this conversation about pound for pound, I'm gonna be able to tell whether or not you're a fanboy. Because if you say, okay, we need to give fighters credit for all the fighters that they not fighting, then you a fanboy. You know what I mean? Because you could be fighting this dude and fighting this dude, but you didn't fight this dude. You ran from that dude. You ran from that dude. So how are you gonna be the best? How you pound for pound the best?
Can't be. Cannot be.
That's why I'm like, my pound for pound list gonna trigger people. I already know that's gonna happen.
But that's why I always have Bud as pound for pound number one.
Yeah,
because 147. A whole. You can say promotional. You can say politics. You can say all this. You can say all this, but all that goes out the window because Wilder and Fury fought. Ain't that PBC and Top Rank?
Mm-hmm.
They fought 2 times PBC Top Rank. So you can throw all that out the window, size of the street, cross the street, whatever. It's either you want to fight or you don't want to fight.
Right.
You told Lucas he had something you wanted, but Bud been had that for 4 or 5 years in that same division. Sean Porter didn't want it.
Keith Thurman didn't want it.
Pacquiao didn't want to get his belt. Pacquiao didn't want it since 140.
Pacquiao needed 40 million.
40 million. Keith Thurman wanted 10. Sean Porter won damn near 5. Earl Spence won 30%. Earl Spence won 7% of the pot. I mean, what do you want Terrence Bud Crawford to do?
Mm-hmm. And it's the same question. It's the same question with these other dudes, like Andrade, like Devin Haney. Devin Haney's another one. Look at what Devin Haney got to do right now with
Tio.
With who he's trying to, with Tio, and with this dude JoJo Diaz. This dude JoJo Diaz, him and Ryan Garcia are both mandatories for Devin Haney's belt, and both of them are choosing to fight each other over a mandatory slot rather than fight Devin Haney for the actual
Sound like
belt.
Sean Porter to me.
What they do that at?
Sound like Sean Porter to me.
That don't make no damn sense, and that's why I'm like, no. We can't be giving all this credit to these fighters who are knowingly avoiding fighters. We got to give credit to the guys who are looking to fight any and everybody in their division, and who are looking to prove that they the best in the division. I can't give credit to people that's running from everybody, man. And I just can't. I might be wrong. I might be crazy.
Ain't nothing wrong about it. It's boxing. If you the baddest or the best in your division or pound for pound, there's no way you should be avoiding anybody. So that means I got knocked Cinnamon down a couple notches on my list. Because there's a couple dudes I want to see him fight that he avoided.
Marianne G says Huck, Hunter, Breedis, Gozov. That's an amazing run. I mean, that's a good run. Marco Huck is old as hell though. But I mean, all those other dudes, those are good wins over at cruiserweight, you know. But according to the fanboy logic, you know, and I'm not calling you a fanboy, Marianne G. I know you're not, as a matter of fact. I can see you know your boxing. But according to fanboy logics, if you don't have a big name, you're not a credible opposition. So this is a weak division according to fanboy logic, and that's the logic I'm using right now. You know what I'm saying? So you know, we could same thing that people say about Bud, we could say about Usyk when it comes to that cruiserweight division. Go ahead.
140 was straight. I mean,
140 was straight. It was straight.
I mean, it wasn't like Danny Garcia went there, but that's a whole nother story. He ain't did nothing outside of 140, so it don't matter. But I mean, 140 was a pretty decent division.
Yeah, 140 had some good guys in there, man. Yeah, man. Victor Postal, we saw how he put in that work against didn't he fight Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez?
Mm-hmm.
And he gave them both work, didn't he?
Gave both work. I know he lost, but he gave both work.
He gave them both work.
And Bud made it look easy.
Bud broke him down, made him look
Bud
like
made
ass.
it look easy.
Made him look like ass. Victor Postal. And then the same dude Danny ran from.
That's what I'm saying. And everybody says Josh Taylor's a good fighter.
Mm-hmm. Everybody give Josh.
And Bud did, and you see what Bud did. Like they say about Tank Davis. Tank Davis is a great fighter. What Tank Davis do against Gamboa, an old Gamboa? What Bud do against a younger, better Gamboa? Okay. But
Undefeated,
people want to mistreat
undefeated.
Blood, but they say Tank Davis is that.
A younger,
Blood
better,
proved
undefeated Gamboa.
younger, undefeated. And they thought and Gamboa was the favorite
Mm-hmm.
in that fight.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying,
Marianne G says pound for pound is based on what a fighter does, who he fights. You can't be pound for pound because people duck you. Being avoided isn't an achievement.
why is it not?
If people don't want to fight you, that's the highest compliment you could possibly get
in the world. Do you hear me? That's the highest compliment.
Because, I mean, think about it like this, Marianne G. Think about it like this. If I wanted to fight you, it's probably because I have a good idea that I could win the fight. You know what I'm saying? Even the toughest motherfucker ain't gonna want to go square up with somebody who they know they could whoop their ass. You know what I mean? They're not gonna square up with somebody they know they're not gonna want to. They might do it, but they're not gonna want to.
Exactly.
You know. So the fact is, even if you don't want to say all these dudes are ducking these dudes like Andre and Haney, even if you don't want to say they ducking, it's clear that they're not keen on making the fights happen, right? So if you're not keen on making a fight happen with the champion who has a belt, who you clearly have things that you could gain from, then that means you're not that confident in your win. You're not that confident that you could beat that dude. Because if you were, you would have took the fight. You know?
Spence Garcia. I just want to throw it in there. Earl Spence, Mikey Garcia. You saw how quick that fight got made?
That fight got made with the quickness.
Because Spence knew he can whoop Garcia. That's why Spence wanted to make that fight. As soon as Mike Garcia opened his mouth and said Earl Spence's name. But a guy that's in the same division hasn't been calling his name since he's been in the division. He gotta wait. Why? And
I mean,
you saying that means nothing?
I mean, think about it like this. What if you at a mall and dude step on your shoes and bump you, right? And you're gonna look him up and down, and this dude is 6'4", 400 pounds, right? You're gonna be like, well, damn, why ain't no bitch? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll fight. I might not win, but I'll fight you because I'm a grown man. But if it was a dude versus a dude who was 5'3", 120 pounds, and he stepped on your shoes, looked you up and down, and disrespected you, you'd be ready to fight him in the quickness, right?
No, you ain't gonna think about it.
So, it's just life. Dude ain't gonna, He said, I do get what you guys point, dog. Yeah, I mean, and that's why I say like my list is gonna trigger people because I'm gonna do that. My list is gonna be I already know I'm gonna get a lot of criticism for it and all that type of thing, but I don't really care. Yeah.
I'm gonna be here for that. Yeah, when you gonna drop that one?
So I don't know, man. Maybe that might be next week. It might be next week because
I
want
to make sure I'm there for that one.
All right, I'm at the We're gonna have to do that.
I want to see the triggeration.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It might not even happen on the stream, but it's gonna happen in the comment sections. You're gonna see it. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna I'm gonna drop some videos about it. I like to make the videos out of my stuff. So I'm gonna make some videos out of it. It is what it is, because I get why I get the pound for pound is based on what a fighter does. I get that part. And yeah, to a degree, it has to include that. But at the same time, we gotta talk about all the fighters that this fighter knowingly avoided. All the fighters that are sitting up in their division that they not fight. We got to talk about that.
Why you ain't go get that strap? Why ain't you go fight that guy?
Because I guarantee if we started giving fighters credit for being avoided, I guarantee you we would get more of the fights that we want to see. We would see more happen more often.
Because everybody gonna want to be that dude.
Right.
It's the only way to prove that you want to be that dude to be avoided by go whooping folks. That's the only way you can do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, man. So yeah, man, we'd have been on here 4.5 hours. God damn.
Talking about Tank Davis, Ratchet, and Wilder getting hands and feet put on him. Man.
Yeah, man. I ain't got no super chats or nothing to be up on here. This goddamn long. All right, so all right, I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream in a little bit, man. You got any final thoughts, man? You want to go ahead and put forth before we end this thing?
Oh no final thoughts. I just want to be here when you make that pound for pound list. I just want to check that joint out.
Yeah, it's going down, man. Yeah, we're gonna do that, man. I think that's gonna be next week. You know what I'm saying? I think I done talked about everything I needed to talk about today. You know, so I'm gonna chop some of this stuff up and make some videos out of this. But
You're gonna have like 8 videos.
yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of
New video, you
videos.
got the same thing on. Like, damn. Oh, okay. New video. Damn, you got the same. Okay, cool.
You're gonna be like, that boy active. You ain't lying, boy. You ain't lying.
Oh,
Yeah,
you hear me? He YouTube hustling. You hear me?
I'm telling you, we're gonna have to get it done. Mary Ann G said, respect, guys, man. Real good hanging out with you tonight. Yeah, man. I respect my man for chilling with me for 4.5 hours, Mary Ann G. I'm pretty sure you were here from the beginning. Yeah, man. I appreciate you, man. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to do this, man. Hopefully next time we can have you on, man. I want to get you live one of these times. You know what I mean? But yeah, the next stream, man. Yeah, that next stream is gonna be about that pound for pound list, man. So it might even be this week, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to rethink mine now, cause Cinnabon's gonna have to fall down a couple spots.
Cinnabons. Very said that went real quick, man. I appreciate it, man. You know, time flies when you're having fun out here, man. So that's good. That's what's up, man. But yeah, man. Gonna go ahead and end this stream, man. I appreciate everybody who was able to come through and show your boys some support tonight. If you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Everybody hit that like button on your way in and out. And until next time, me and our Genis Barber will holler at you. Peace.
Peace.